Remember when we used to play Path of Exile, right? And we'd say, hit him with the ding dong. Hit him with the ding dong, right? Oh, it's such a good song. We got so lucky with this song. There's like a service. You like pay like $6 a month and you get access to all this music that is not like copyright, right? You can just, or maybe you put your channel on a whitelist. And then you get to download all these songs and use all these songs in your content and you don't get dinged, right? You don't get ding-a-ding-dang, you're dang-along-ling-longed, right? That track, we got lucky. That's a good song. It's a good song. How are you? Zioxide, how are you? Despicable Taylor, how are you? Brandon Moss, Salty Muscle, Gonzo's here. Yes was here. Always a good day, right? It's always a good day. Lyrebird is here. Right? Sneakers snuck in before work to say hello, to offer support. We appreciate Sneakers very, very much. We do. How are you, friends? It's Monday, right? Rocking the beard well. Thank you. So it gets getting a little salt and peppery, right? We just gotta lean in. I'm not a hair dye kind of guy, right? I'm not a hair dye kind of guy. I think my mom dyed. My mom dyed her hair, like forever, and it stank like eggs, right? In the bathroom. Ugh. It just never, you get like a couple of days where it looks good, and then it starts to grow out, and you just, whatever happens, happens. Exactly. I'm jealous. My stash needs the salt and pepper. Just gotta be no. You got time. Hang in there, brother. It's coming. It's coming for you. Hang in there. How often do you guys cut your hair? I feel like I just cut my. I feel like I just did it, and like, I'm glad I do not pay for haircuts. Okay. There's one thing that I like made it out. I escaped the pandemic, right? With something every 2 to 3 months. I hear you dye your hair black. I hear you. Yeah. No. Let me squash the rumors. I do not. I embraced the home cuts, right? During the lockdown, during the panini. And if there's one thing I've maintained, it's like I don't really care about getting professional haircuts. Haven't cut mine in years. It's halfway down my back. I think you and Library are in the same boat, Bryn. That's funny. That's fun. Yeah. Okay. Yeah. I did that for the first 2 years of the thing, and my hair was probably down here. And I had a really nice sumo top knot, right? I shaved my head. I always do a buzz. Yeah. Hey, also viable. Super. And Badul, bless Badul. Okay. Badul would always talk about, how nice it felt. I think Badul was very sensory, right? He loved to describe the joys of running his hand over his freshly buzzed hair. Buzz is so much easier. It's true. I shave my head also. Yes. I just do it very, very rarely. The feeling first week after a buzz, can't get enough. I have, this is an actual thing. I have hand in hair syndrome. I think it's a thing. I'm pretty sure it's an actual syndrome. My hand is always in my hair. I have hand in hair syndrome. DNA has led me to having to shave it. I know. It happens. I just cannot. I can't. Like sometimes I even do 2 at once. There's like, I can't even get enough. You know what I blame it on? When I was a kid, I had a blanket that had a satin liner. You know how you got like just like a regular blanket, but it's got that strip of like folded satin on the edge, right? And I loved the cool satin, and I would run my fingers over the edge of the blanket endlessly, right? And I kind of always had a version of a blankie like that. Like ever since I was like a little kid, right? It's more about the fingers. It is. I don't really, the scalp, it's like a cool satiny, it's not what I was expecting. Yeah. I think I'm absolutely hooked on the feeling of like cool smoothness on my little fingies, right? Now we're getting right personal. Okay. Did not expect this. How are you, friends? Monday. I'm just trying to, let me kind of back out of this one. We're going a little bit deep. Schneely Wheelie, welcome in. How you doing, sir? G'day to ya. How are you doing? Guys, let me show you. Let me just whet your appetite. Oh, What have I done? I've left on this one. We don't need that one for now. Look, friends, there's a lot. There's a lot going on in the world of games. Look at all the things to talk about. Look at this. It's a classic yap, right? Holy yap. Well, I mean, when was the last time that we had, right? Oops. When was the last time I used the zoom tool in my Illustrator? That we had 3 games that we all kind of care about, right? And there's things happening in each of these games. And, you know, I got the tech now, right? Sign me up, baby. Settle in. We started early. I couldn't wait. We got the tech, right? We're now, maybe I should move the chat over a little bit here. We're always tinkering. What a fun, I had no idea that stream was going to be this kind of like fun ass hobby, right? Where I just get to like play around with a bunch of like software, you know? Y'all think Dungeonborn Rebirth will be yap worthy someday? It's a fair question. That's a fair question. Yeah, Hunger Dad and Mistfall all cooking. Sackboy, hi, how are you? Welcome in. Is that a scalp massaging emoji? Of course you would find that, Zio. Of course you would find that, right? Hi, yeah. You know, I played enough Dungeonborn. I didn't mind it. It's kind of before I knew anything about anything, though, you know? And I didn't play enough of it to get kind of frustrated. To be honest, let me be really honest with you here. I was kind of like sick of some of the Dark and Darker BS, like from the very beginning. And so when Dungeonborn kind of like reared its head again, I was like, ooh, good. Like kind of like a 1-2 punch. Because I didn't, even in the early days, my second ever stream was a social Thursday, and it was Dungeonborn. And to this day, weirdly, whenever I go to start streaming in OBS, there's kind of this like glitch. There's a bug in my OBS where it populates like it's like you can kind of choose the stream you want to start. And my second ever Dungeonborn stream is like stuck on the list. So every time I go live, okay, I pick either the stream that I've set up or this glitched out Dungeonborn stream. And it's this hilarious thing in my head where like every time it's like, oh, should I launch the Dungeonborn stream? Ha ha ha, right? There were things I enjoyed. Me too. I'm not sure the reasons it failed. Don't tag along with the devs. Though, yeah, I think the issues were there's a lot of balance issues. I don't want to retread this ground because everyone's heard it 1,000 times. But for those who maybe haven't, there was like a lot of class balance issues. There's kind of like a lot of lifesteal issues. Like some classes just couldn't die, right? There was some problems with game power, gear power, a game balance kind of thing. And also, I think like the legendary drops for like the best items were on a hard 24-hour clock reset, like a 24-hour clock cooldown, right? Life on hit was busted, yeah. So what's up, Nimble Hermit? What's up? What's going on? Welcome in. And so all these like farmers, right, just knew when like the legendary drop reset, and they would run the bosses or run the loot drops to get the legendaries, right? Played like 3 raids, saw and balance. I didn't like the cryo, right? There was something about it. Global item cooldowns, yeah. And then they sniffed it out. Dungeonborn was doomed to fail from the start, in my opinion, because they were intimidating a disaster. And if dad devs didn't know what they were doing, DB devs definitely didn't know either. Had potential. Definitely more arcadey though. It was kind of, you know, I will say again, it was kind of nice to have a little 1-2 punch, right? Something sweet, something savory. What's another something sweet, something salty? I don't know. What's a good pairing? I was content to have something other than Dark and Darker to kind of occupy some time, because even by like the end of the summer 2024, in my heart of hearts, I was kind of like, oh, is dad gonna do that? Is dad gonna sustain me? Right? Anyway, they're back. Does this count? Hey, I know something about, I can yap Dungeonborn, right? We're there. Is it gonna be yap worthy? I don't know. I feel like we're approaching a time, right, where we almost have an embarrassment of riches, right? I feel like between at least these Hunger and Mistfall, right, that's gonna be enough on my plate, right? There's going to be enough to chew on, pun intended, between these two titles. And then I'll probably also just like, you know, keep a toe around here. I don't think there's ever going to be a time, though, spoiler alert, that Dad is going to rekindle the passion in me, right? This is the flame of passion, right? I don't think that I'm ever going to be like, I'm never going to feel it in my loins again. I just think that, you know, you get burned by a romantic partner one too many times. And, you know, you might be interested in fooling around for a weekend, but you're never going to move back in together, right? It's like, nah, I'm never going to take you seriously again. Does that make sense? I mean, what kept you playing for 200 hours? Well, let's see. I played roughly 200 hours at DB. That's a lot. Yeah, I played maybe I played like 60 hours. I think Hunger will probably enter open beta in October or November. Interesting. They originally planned to release in 2025. Yeah, if you download the press kit, there is, if Clippy were here, single dad stream, by the way, guys. Single dad, we're flying solo, so be patient with me. Clippy'd be like, you know, music a bit loud, so I got Clippy in my mind. The press kit for Hunger says, like, there's an image that says early access 2025, and I thought, well, that's kind of ambitious, right? I still love Dad, even though no one else, you know, have no shame. You know, there's no shame in that. Love what you love. Love is love, right? Love is love. You can love Dad. Absolutely. You can. I miss Dad with the boys. I think that's the issue, right? Is that, like, there's always going to be a nucleus of players that enjoy the game. But, like, is there going to be, you know, is there going to be a lot of other people that want to play it with you? Not sure. Is there going to be, like, an influx of new players? Maybe 1.0, right? Low gear matches, was actually fun. Sucked to feel like you could never play high gear without running into life on Hitman. I don't necessarily miss Dad, but I do miss playing Dad with my boys. Dad itself could be replaced, though. It was the friends we made along the way, right? Hunger, despite the things that I want that it didn't have, was feeling incredible during the tech test. I would buy it if they released in early access, basically in that state. That's a very nice message of endorsement, right? That is very encouraging. I love to read that. In fact, it's crazy how much I liked playing Dad at one point and how much I don't miss it now. I know what you mean, right? There was times where I would play every day, all day, and all I wanted to do was that game. And you know, time keeps on ticking. And then one day you realize that you just don't have the passion anymore, right? I thought Squire Royale that was pretty fun to run. I agree. I wish the server performance was better. I feel like the Squire Royale servers are like extra crappy, and that wasn't very fun. MISTFALL has so much potential. I totally agree. We're going to get into it. We're going to talk about hopes and fears, guys, because for all these titles, for all three of these, Hunger, Dad, and MISTFALL, okay, there's things that I'm fearful of, and there's things that I am hopeful for, and we're going to get into it. We're going to talk about it today, right? Dungeonborn also had a really cool approach to melee combat where some weapons countered other ones. So you had to come up with a loadout that gave you the best shot against what you might run into. Interesting. Dad was like crack. Now we're going to get some actual Colombian coca, right? We're like cocaine straight from Bolivia, right? Oh, well, I'm going to give it to you. We're like cocaine straight from Bolivia. And the stream has been canceled, right? And we can no longer, right? That's the end of it, right? We're no longer going to be recommended by the algorithm because we were talking about narcotics, and that is bad. It is bad, right? Don't do drugs in Minecraft. Reported. Light attack beats heavy attack. Interrupted. Heavy attack breaks blocks. Blocks stop light attacks. I remember. Now, my one gripe, I love the start of stream because different people want to talk about different things, and it's my job to kind of like keep a toe in all the different conversations, and it just lights me up. I love it. The Dungeonborn blocking animation always it felt like just like a little half. It wasn't like a you know, like coming from the heater shield Dark and Darker, where it felt like I can't even see you. I'm blocking so good, right? Dungeonborn was just kind of like, you know, didn't feel good. Oh yeah. Oh, Gio, welcome in. Day off. The guild is chilling. You don't hear that very often on a Monday. Welcome in, friend. Welcome in. Perfect Lock was just so satisfying too. I remember. Vaguely, I remember. Arc Raiders, a delicious snack for a couple months. Yeah, it was kind of like a very colorful buffet, right? You guys ever eat Pop Rocks, right? Remember the candy Pop Rocks? Arc Raiders is kind of like a, you heard it in your skull, right? That candy. What's up, bad artist? Charlie, welcome in. Oh, Schneely saying hi to Gilda. That's nice to see. You know, Zio, okay, Salty Muscle, right? Going back up here, is Dungeonborn ever going to be worth a yap, right? If these devs can rethread a needle, right? And reintroduce I forgot about this, Zio. Good call. Reminding me of this kind of like, you know, if then, you know, little interesting combination, little melee triangle, right? If they can reboot that, you know, we'll take a look. Sure, right? Arc Raiders forced me to think about how armor is used mechanically to extend fights. Hunger seems to be trying to use it to do the same thing, as opposed to kind of mitigating Hunger kind of has both, actually, right? Because the helmets and the leg armor, the greaves, right? Greaves, the leg armor, both served to reduce incoming damage, reduce the damage multipliers. But then the chest armor was actually just straight HP, basically, right? Right? Yeah, longsword fights in Dungeonborn were peak. I like parrying with the longsword because it was rewarding, but not fight ending like it was in Dad. And what weapon you brought with your longsword? Zion's got the passion. Hey, listen to this guy, right? He's talking it up. That's cool. That's cool. You love to see this, right? You love to see this little conversation. That's cool. We're gamers, eh, dudes? It's not a game, Mom. It's my life, right? It's my life. Welcome in. Fascinating stuff. Didn't know anything about the depth in DB. It was there. I think that a lot of someone said it correctly. It was a little arcadey, right? Hard to see some of the nice nuances in a game that gives you the initial impression of kind of like hack and slashy arcadey, right? Especially when there's some broken builds, right? When there's some broken lifesteal-y stuff, you don't give it a second look. You don't look deeper. The map layout was really well celebrated. I agree. I was really impressed by the more expansive kind of open manor castle kind of surrounding castle grounds kind of thing. I never tried Dungeonborn, but Zio and Muscle are making me hopeful it gets refined and has a comeback. Well, okay, someone who knows, fill me in. Because I think what happened was Dungeonborn devs kind of shit the bed and then they just kind of disappeared, right? There was at least some like suboptimal communication from the devs. Guys, this is like a pre-yap. Are we one's in chat if we are yapping too much, two's in chat if it's an okay, if this is acceptable. This is kind of like, you know, if I've got like a big stew planned for dinner, if I served you a smaller alternate stew as an appetizer, okay? Bingus, thank you, Moss. Yeah. Oh, you son of a gun, right? Moss man, the Golden Sparkle. Is he on the list? Is he on the list? I don't think he is. We're gonna move Mike Hunt over, right? I think I said that well. Mike Hunt? We're moving Mike over. DK Schneely's best friend. We're putting Moss on the board. Moss man, welcome in. Golden Sparkle, love to see it, okay? You guys don't mind me serving a weird stew as an appetizer, right? Before the stew dinner? Got his funding removed, which stopped developments in its tracks. Yikes, Golden Bingus. I came for the stew yaps. Yeah, that's why we're here. Georgie, what's up? Jormgaji, how are you? How are you, Jormgaji? Like the stream, right? Intentionality, like the stream? Okay, so apparently they lost funding, right? And then they just stopped talking. But then, recently, right? What is it? Dungeon Betwixt? That's kind of like, it's a horrible, just does not sound like a good name. Dungeon Betwixt. But who am I to judge? Who am I to say what is good, right? Now they're back. And I think it's like the lead dev or the two lead devs. Maybe they wormed their way out of some deal they had with their publisher. And they're just kind of making another game from scratch, but it's kind of exactly the same as Dungeonborn. I heard the name Betwixt name is a placeholder. Like the stream? I know you do. I know you do, DK. I know you do. Share the link and hit the like. Like the stream. Thank you. Placeholder, yeah, Betwixt is a whack name, right? It's whack. Crack is whack, guys. Crack is whack. Okay, cool. Who would have thought that a bunch of gamers, right, know things about games and want to talk about games, okay? Who'd have thought? Who'd have thought? Should we just get into it? Should we get into it? Hopes and fears? Are we sufficiently warmed up? I feel like we could talk about Dungeonborn for longer than I think I want to. We'll see how that one plays out. We have other games. We have other games to talk about. I'm just gonna move this slightly out of the way. Am I? Wait, am I? I am. Wait, I've turned off. I have a setting. I turned off my bounding box so that you don't get any kind of like suboptimal weird graphics. And then look at this, guys. Look what I've prepared. Look at this. We got a little bit of this here. So as we talk about these games, okay, a little Subway Surfers. So if you want to just not really listen to what I'm saying, right? You could just look at the little corner of the screen where there's some action, there's some combat there, right? Well, we go through. There's a lot of notes to go through, so we'll try to keep you entertained, right? I can't wait to hear what you think. I can't wait to compare notes because a lot has happened in the past, like 30 days, right? The MISTFALL open beta was bigger than I could have imagined, okay? Ah, yes, my Subway Surfers. Now I just need my Family Guy clips. I dropped the ball there. I should have had a little Stewie, right? A little best of Family Guy. Just stare at the Subway prickers. Staring at each other while recovering is pretty funger and honey clips. Oh man, do you ever do that thing where you swap? Your mind takes weird phonemes and rearranges them. Last 30 days was massive for Summer Games, was massive for the channel. I did not expect so many people to be interested in MISTFALL, okay? This game, right, we'll get to it, has made a bigger splash than I anticipated. So I can't wait to talk about that. Funger is just how people call fear and hunger. I never die in games, and I never stumble over my words or stutter. Honey Funger. I do that all the time. It's such a weird thing, isn't it? Okay. So, we're coming off the tech test. Tech test 3. And if you want to read the missive, here it is. If you want to read the missive, after 3+ years, folks are thirsty for anything not dad. It's true, right? It's true. I think these games, I think that MISTFALL and Hunger are dad enough. You know what I mean? Right? They've got the loot, they got the melee, they've got the dungeon vibes, they've got the tension, right? It's just like, you know, it's finally. I think Dark and Darker was so lucky to kind of have the house to themselves. You know what I mean? They got so lucky to have an open road with no bumps, no other cars, right? In their weird little fantasy extraction highway. And that situation, they kind of hit the end of the road in that regard, right? I'm thirsty for more Guild Leader DDR. Aren't we all, right? Guild Leader, it's a good stream, dudes. It's a good stream. I should call it up. Let me call it up so we can post the link here. We can shout out our friend. Let me do this. Let me do... maybe what I can do is this. I'll go over here. Oh, was it already even there? Oh, God. Okay. There he is. Give this man a follow. A fallow? Give this man a follow. Also, really high level of polish on release. From Dad, some of these other guys, their tech tests have surprising amount of issues, like hunger and the sound quality. I think I know what you mean. Let me come back to this. It's not even Dad. I want Dad improvements. Dad just hasn't really done it. Yeah, I know what you mean. Also, Sackboy, You know, the bike guy that puts the stick in his wheel? And I think he at least had the kind of good sense to like stop getting on the bicycle, right? Like he made like a tandem bike and he put himself on the back seat in a weird way, in a good way, you know? I think. Now they are being sued. I'm hoping for some cool changes to Dad. I think we'll talk about this, but I really do feel like Dark and Darker is approaching, right? Is approaching 1.0, and that's exciting for them. I tune in regularly, not sure if he likes me when I'm there. Salty Muscle is awake. A really high level of polish on release from Dad. Some of these other guys and their tech tests have a surprising amount of issues, like hunger and the sound quality. Yes. I feel like that's a minor point. I feel like I mean, there's gonna be issues when you're this early, right? It's kind of apples and oranges. It's hard to remember exactly what Dark and Darker felt like in the early days, right? Because there's just been a cascade of updates and hotfixes, right? There's been like 120 patches, right? Thanks. You're welcome, sir. Fair point. Audio hunger was a huge weak point, and Dad really nailed the audio from the outset. Yes. And I guess like different games like have different priorities, have different competencies on the team, right? Like if the Dad team was really lucky to have a really good couple of dudes on audio, right? Arc Raiders was really lucky to have like that ex-Swedish military sniper guy on audio, where it was just like his whole world was just like perfect audio. But even Arc Raiders struggled with like verticality, right? But like Hunger, if it's a bunch of like firearm dudes and like history buffs and like 3D modeling guys, maybe animation guys, maybe certainly not optimization guys, right? Maybe they were lacking. I know that Legacy Steel and Sorcery, for all the creativity that they had, right? The audio guy, like they just hired some kid to do the audio in Legacy. It was never good, right? We didn't really notice how bad blocking was in Dad until later. It's because no one tried to. Or maybe like a handful of people tried to. Sound and lighting is done well in Dad. I'm so sad that Hunger is likely 6 months away till open beta. You think so? That's how long it took between Tech Test 2 and 3. Now, we can say that they have no corporate pressure, probably, right? Like, they are good at taking their sweet-ass time, but I think I would be surprised if it was 6 months until open beta. I would be surprised. Sound design does seem to be something they paid a lot of attention to, though. All those musical stingers. Well, you can get someone to write a score. A soundtrack is different than sound effects. Like a soundtrack, music is different than like the sounds in the game. You know what I mean? The difference is how big the maps are in Hunger. All the POIs scattered everywhere. Yes. Totally. Yeah, the original release date was 2025 on Steam. I'm glad they didn't rush it, right? Like, I think from what I understand of what the tech test was like whenever the last tech test was, right? Was it like September of last year? Like, when was the last tech test? The gunfire sounds, are really good. And some of like the hunger, the zombie sounds, like there's a lot of really wet, gross, scary sounds, right? I remember the subway clip. Totally. Okay. Now I'm getting lost in the sauce. Okay? So, if you want to read the missive, right? Missive is here. You can read along. Right? Read the missive. The next major phase of development is balance. You always love to hear this, okay? After the tech test, the devs finally have some data, okay? Have some data. Like any multiplayer game, balance is never something that is solved in a single pass. It evolves as players discover stronger builds, more efficient strategies, and unexpected combinations. Can you imagine, right? Trying to anticipate what like 5,000 shithead gamers are gonna do to your game systems once you release it publicly, right? You can have all the best designs, right? You can have all your careful planning, and then you put it in front of 5,000 shitheads, and you're like, oh no, they're finding all these ways to be shitheads, right? Of course. This is the actual tremendous deep value of a tech test, right? The scale of this test has given us data that we wanted to begin making specific adjustments. There's only so much you can anticipate, right? There is that like category of unknown unknowns. There's the things that you know, the things that you don't know, right? The things that you don't know, right? The unknown unknowns. What characters did you guys see most often? Was there one kind of class or one kind of loadout that you saw more readily than others? I'm curious. Hugo forever. Now, from my POV, are there any other characters beside Hugo? Yes, there are, in fact. Yes, there are. And from my POV, I ran into it all, right? I probably saw in solo a little more Eva, probably, but there was tons of Gabriels. There was tons of Maries, right? I saw my fair share of Ottos. I saw a lot of Hugos, but it wasn't like exclusively Hugos, right? Longsword, Oster, Hugo, and Eva. I didn't see, like I saw some of this, but like it wasn't like a monoculture, you know what I mean? If it wasn't like 1/2 Hugo, 1/3 Eva, slight extra Marie, and then the rest. I saw, you know, of all of the super high levels, I saw Gabriel the most in the highest levels, which was interesting for me. Eva was the most common I saw, and there was way more the poison Serene, right? Then I did see it, right? Outside of Hugo and Eva, I feel the rest were pretty balanced, honestly. I played Poison Lady. The poison fart felt pretty useless. I think so did Charlie Bad Artist, right? So did Charlie Bad Artist. Guys, we've been hijacked. The stream is hijacked. Stream is officially on pause. We're pausing. Pausing the stream. Pause the stream. Pause the stream. Hello. Hello. Pause the stream. What are you saying? What are you talking about? You guys talking about video games again? Hey? When are we going to talk about cat things? When are we going to talk about important cat things on this channel? Right? She's just purring and sitting here. Oh, baby. Oh, baby. Yeah. How are you? Oh, distracted? You okay? You want to have a seat? You want to have a seat? When are we going to talk about all the important cat issues? Right? Like how old ladies can get comfortable and stay comfortable. Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. How are your eyes? How are your little eyes doing? How are your little eyes doing? Oh, yeah. Her chin's looking better. We got a little... We put a towel under her food. She doesn't eat out of a bowl. We've been changing her towels more regularly. Is she gray? She's getting gray, I think. You know how, like, old family pets, they get gray in the face? Right? Like humans. They get gray. Oh, baby. You're old lady baby. You're old lady baby. She's getting gray, guys. She's hot. In the summertime, she gets hot in the summertime. Dudes. She gets hot in the summertime. Okay, that's going to reset my footage. I'm going to skip ahead here. I'm going to be a little mindful. We'll go right here. We'll go here again. Perfect Precious Angel. Okay, where were we? I played Poison Lady. We're talking about what people had seen the most of. Stop the yap. Mom, I'm on the TV. Totally. There's one time the poison put pressure on our foes with Charlie. Interesting. Pausing. I love that she bumps the top of your hair with her chin. It's basically, thanks for taking care of me. So adorable. And she's very sweet. She's very sweet. She's becoming like, I feel like she knows she's a cat, right? Do you ever wonder how much they actually know? And you kind of realize in some moments that they probably know more than you think they do, you know? She knows she's a cat, and like there's certain phases of the day, and she's just like, hey, how are you? You know? She's just like, Hopium and copium canisters on standby. 2 hands, how are you? Welcome in. Maybe an amperage to check her engine. I see. Okay. Okay. I was heartened that it wasn't like totally overrun, right? Okay. Alongside this, we're conducting a comprehensive balance pass across the entire mastery system and every character ability. That's no small feat, right? That's kind of a big deal. Right? Comprehensive balance pass across the entire mastery system and every character ability. Some abilities have emerged as defining parts of particular playstyles, while others, particularly the abilities designed much earlier in development, have naturally fallen behind as the rest of the game has evolved. Now that we've seen thousands of players interacting with these systems simultaneously, we have a much stronger foundation for making every choice feel meaningful. Maybe before I ask that question, what do you think, what were some of the other abilities that felt maybe old? When they say that like some abilities were obvious choices, but others have fallen behind. Can you guys think of anything that maybe fell behind? What's an example of that? Just how much earlier, me in my head, hoping that's running while reloading. I wonder. +5 reload speed? Interesting, because it was kind of moot, you think? There are some, I've got a friend who has a very old dog who is still a very dumb kind of puppy dog, right? Still just has no idea what's going on, and it's like a 12-year-old dog, right? Can you think of anything? It's probably those 5% skills. The lunging is clearly what I think is most likely referring to. Marie, Otto, and Serene seem old. So you think it's even kind of on a higher level, right? Some abilities emerge as defining parts of particular playstyles. I guess they're talking about abilities, not talking about masteries, right? They're talking about character abilities. So we are thinking at a high level. Good call, Sackboy. There are two characters who both have a sprint ability. One is 15% and the other is 20%. Unless I'm hallucinating. Hugo is you go faster. Gabriel is your sprint speed is faster. And then Eva, your stamina from sprinting reduces slower. Or something like that, right? All the flat percent increases felt kind of like something you put there as a placeholder. The lunging was part of the melee dialogue needs adjustment. Yeah, we'll get there. I love those 12-year-old puppies. Oh, Salty Muscle! Dang. Clippy would not be happy with such liberal application of Golden Sparkle. Golden Sparkle, Salty Muscle. Are you here? No, you are now. Salty Muscle. Golden Sparkle. Golden Muscle. Oh, snap. What happened? You just get a Golden Sparkle. Look, we keep track of these things. You get the Golden Sparkle, you go on the list. That's what we do around here. That's what we're doing now. That's how it works. Okay. What were the strongest playstyles then? Hell yeah. Yeah, welcome in. What were the strongest playstyles? And why did they work? What do you think? I want like top 2 or 3. Ideally top 3. Top 3 strongest playstyles and why did they work? I was pure melee landmine. Yeah, if you could get past that mid-range threat of firearms, right? You forced them into melee on your terms. That was pretty big. Camping and sniping seemed strong. The lunge abuse was top of the crop. Lunge abuse, camping and sniping, pure melee landmine. Healing also made sprint pursuit stuff weird. 1 was sneaky, 2 stack armor, 3 stack food buffs. Interesting. Yeah, there was there's a lot of power in the consumables, right? In the food buffs. There was a lot of power for stamina regen, for reload, for movement speed, right? Elucidated to describe, as you just described, basically. Oops, wrong search bar. Photos of Vanna White in her prime. What? I'm gonna cook some food, I'll put it on the TV, turn up the volume, go FK. Can you say hi to my neighbors? Yeah. I often found that if I was in a point of interest, even if it was for 10 plus minutes, I had to be real careful that someone wasn't just waiting outside with the perfect lined up shot. I feel like lunging with two-handers was probably the like even against the high-end firearms, the melee players that were lunging around with heavy two-handers, it was hard to shoot them, hard to hit them. And if you missed your shots, they were up on you, and by the time you switch to melee, you just can't out-trade them, kind of thing. That's what we saw, I think, a lot of in some of the rounds that we played. I did my fair share of headshot sniping. I did my fair share of melee landmining. Totally. The POIs are distributed well. I think so too. Yeah, I think so too. There's a lot of liminal spaces. There's a lot of really good POIs. There's a lot of places that had kind of only one or two ways to get like natural choke point kind of things. Longsword one taps were the primary playstyle, if that counts. Longsword players are waiting until they could enter a room while you couldn't really retreat easily. There was one talent tree that was clearly better than the other ones, at least for combat utility. Yes. Yes. Man, I do not envy, right? I do not envy that they are undergoing a comprehensive balance pass across the entire mastery system and every character ability. How many masteries are there? Right? There's dozens and dozens, right? Dozens and dozens of them. Cunning specifically felt like a tree that should be reworked in parallel with the rest of the masteries. I feel like, I guess it's tough because we don't have a lot of the utility, right? The utilities, like the traps, throwables, things like that aren't yet in the game. So like a big facet, many facets of the combat system, and therefore the kind of associated masteries, right, just aren't, we really did not have a complete, not even really like a shadow of the full picture of the combat system, of all the things, you know what I mean? Elaborate again on the how much of the power should be stock to all things? I feel like we're gonna be hearing a lot of this from Lyrebird. Very interesting. Should be able to eat food a bit quicker, or being able to eat food a bit quicker, or would you rather reload 20% faster? Obviously reload, right? Obviously. You're reloading way, way, way more often than you are eating food. Yes. Now, they know this. Hi, Valrith. Welcome in. Happy Monday. There are 4 trees. 108-ish. Interesting. Right, the combat value of cunning isn't in the game. That's very insightful. Thank you. You know, we'll get there, right? Because, like, that lunging, dashing axeman that cleaned us out in the pit, right? Like we've said, there are ways to deal with the W key players. Just that utility is not yet in the game. So probably around 400 masteries. 4 trees of 108. That's crazy. That's crazy. Okay. We are also undertaking a broad balance pass on melee combat itself. Guys, rejoice. This includes reviewing the performance of every melee weapon, the relationship between light and heavy attacks, weapon damage, attack timings, and the overall flow of melee engagements. While we're happy with the foundations of the system, we think there is still plenty of room to make combat feel more deliberate, right? More deliberate, more readable and more rewarding. Readability was kind of an issue, right? It was. I'll say it. We're also undertaking a broader balance pass on melee combat itself, full stop. This includes reviewing the performance of every melee weapon, the relationship between light and heavy attacks, weapon damage, attack timings, and the overall flow of melee engagements. What do you think was some of the least popular melee weapons? What were the least popular melee weapons? That's points, yes. About 24 per tree, so about 100 unique masteries, yes. That feels more right. That feels more right. What were some of the least popular melee weapons? The one-handed axe, just because we didn't see that many of them? The short sword, but I found a utility. The short sword sucked in PvP, but was very, very good in some PvE. We love to hear this, but hopefully we also see some balance to ranged weapons. I saw a lot of all the lower tier weapons. Short sword was bad, yes. I think though The utility, especially against the drooler, was almost unmatched. It was, for how accessible it was, for how easy it was to get, it made, when I realized how I did not like it in the beginning, I don't like the heavy attack on it, I did not like it. When I started doing the rusty batteries, the head stun on the droolers, boy oh boy did my tune change. I changed my tune. I didn't like the spear thrusts. The spear thrusts felt weird to me. Felt a little too kind of like weird, like a weird like shoehorn kind of motion. It didn't reach as far as I thought it was gonna. The fact that the spear did not reach as far as like the longsword seemed to reach kind of pissed me off. You can stun lock drooler with longsword too. Yeah, cartoony-ish. And the longsword is so much better in PvP. It's true. People using the spear against me clearly felt... people were missing on me, right? Like, I would kind of have some positioning advantage, and they would be pressured, and they would miss their attacks. That made me feel good, but I felt bad for them. Weapon damage, the relationship, I found that it was almost always better to heavy attack. That there wasn't enough something, like, there always seemed to be more utility, more value in charging the heavy, because you could kill someone like two heavies. Like, two heavy attacks and the combat was done, right? Especially with like with a weapon like the mace, right? The longsword. Like, you were better off 85% of the time doing a heavy attack, I feel like. Not a lot of need for variation of swings despite all their... Yes, this as well. Very good point. Very good point. So 100 poke was crazy, super long range and high damage. Didn't use the spear at all, never saw one, except for once and died immediately after. Anyway, I just felt like I never even needed to explore the light attacks because it was almost always better. Especially coming out of the kind of melee landmine, like stealth landmine for the heavy attacks, right? The overall flow of melee engagements. While we're happy with the foundation of the system, as am I, we think there is plenty of room to make combat feel more deliberate, more readable, more rewarding. Did you have any or many sustained melee fights? Put a 1 in chat if you had a good number of sustained melee fights. Put a 2 in chat if you were not satisfied. If you did not have enough kind of clean looks at good sustained melee combat. 2s if you were not satisfied. 1 if you were satisfied with melee. The quality of the melee fights you were in. I think the player base really didn't engage with the melee mechanics very often or deeply because shooting someone in the head then running away is almost always better. I see. 1.5. Charlie says 1. Interesting. 2, they were pretty one-sided, but I had blind. That that changes the dynamic for sure. Almost all my fights were mostly ranged. I had maybe 2 or 3 actual proper melee encounters of any kind, and much of the 3v3 melee in squads is just sloppy jalopy, right? I did not expect to have any good melee fights in 3s or 2s. Outnumbering and clobbering. Yes, sadly, that's kind of what it was. I had a handful of great melee battles after initial volleys of guns. So that's kind of the 1.5, right? Now, interesting, Charlie puts a 1, right? I would put a 1, but I was hunting for it, right? I was hunting for it, and I made an effort, right? And I took the hit, right? I was willing to go through the risk of kind of getting into their face, you know? And yeah. Okay, next question. What were the positive and or satisfying aspects of melee from your POV? What were the positive and or satisfying aspects of melee from your POV? This could be anything. Anything about the melee experience that was positive or satisfying. What would you guys say? I was also hunting for it, same thing. You had the Hugo ability for actually forcing melee too. Yes, I hated that Maria character incentivized me to... I see. Very good. Very well said. Very well said. Dodging and blocking being separate was neat. Yes. Good call. The sounds are satisfying? Yes. Good call. I I enjoyed Melee because I won, but it was very one-sided majority of the time, whether I won or lost. Interesting. Interesting. What would I say? Positive and satisfying. Felt chunky, right? Felt chunky. Love the resource management. Like the combat dodge and how that the combat dodge really allowed for some sustained melee. When you got two people that are kind of like dashing in and dashing away, dashing in and hitting, like attacking and dodging, like that I really like when a game has a good combat dodge. Another reason I like MISTFALL Hunter, right? That I think that was a really great aspect of the melee, and for that to be in a first-person game is kind of like is interesting to me. I really liked balancing the three resources of health, stamina, and energy. The combat dodge consistently would leave me drained, but felt good to be punished for using such a useful tool. The dodge was newly added, was it not? It was, Schneely. Yes, good call. It was. They added it, I think, in the interim, right? Like just before, like, you know, this is the first time the combat dodge was available for players to use. Good call. Last question. What were the disappointing aspects of Melee from your POV? What were the disappointing aspects of Melee? Probably like super fast TTK in most instances, right? My negative experience with it was trying to block and seemingly being hit through the block despite it feeling like I blocked in a correct direction. Also, lunge made spacing feel weird. Yes. Two very good points. Blocking. Yes. No kick. One-shots, melee or ranged. I think in this game, one-shots are going to be part, like, it's tough because of the, I'm saying that super fast TTK most, like I'm saying that felt bad, but also I like the one-shot potential. It makes sense in a game that has, you know, giant musket one-shot rifles, right? That has big two-handed axes and two-handed swords. I'm of two minds. It's a strange thing. I wasn't expecting damage in general to be so high. That's a good thing. I think that's good. I think I know what you mean, Lyrebird. Intentionality requires the same amount of recovering from mistakes, but once you've taken a gunshot, even lame melee one-shots, yes. Blocking should be more effective. Blocking should be more rewarding. I agree, Zyle. But there should be also a way to counter blocking. I think the heavy attack, like, is supposed to kind of like, in the current system, in like the way that they imagine it, maybe they thought that like there is light attacks and blocking is the way to deal with light attacks, and heavy attacks are the way to deal with blocking unless you perfect block. And like that was the kind of the triangle they were going for, something like that, but it just didn't seem to really click. I think holding block is the counter to lunges, which is probably the hardest and weirdest part of it. Yeah, it wasn't quite fully well thought out, right? Or maybe it made sense in their kind of controlled internal environments, but like once they start seeing it in the tech test, it's different. Maybe if holding a lunge drains stamina faster than holding a block, it'd be fine. Interesting. Can you hold a lunge? I think it just kind of happened as you attacked while sprinting. Not sure if you could hold a lunge. One balanced topic deserves its own mention. Lunge. Okay, I love the fact that they did this, right? They're this is kind of them saying like, hey guys, our bad, right? So you hold the heavy attack, right? Yes. You hold the heavy attack, but you don't hold the lunge. In a mock fight with Blinn, using the one-handed axe spamming block with lunge was less than 1 bar and chased every single dash. Yes. Someone being higher level was definitely noticeable. Yes. Understanding where your opponent's life total was at, you could see it if they had low energy but not low life. Interesting. And in a game like Chivalry 2, where you can kind of get an idea, there's like 4 stages of how bloody your opponent looks. So you get an idea of like how hurt they are. Yeah, you could hear when they were tired. And you could see an indication when you broke their armor, but you had no indication of how low their HP was, which is interesting, Darty. Interesting. You can lunge like 6 times with a longsword with full stamina. It's crazy. Yeah, it's stupid. It's stupid. Just stop by and say, hi, Lily. Have a great stream. Bummed I can't stay and watch. Have a great day, Lily. Thanks for stopping by. Saying hi. Appreciate it. I think most of the melee was too hard to evaluate because of lunge and attack of the anti-range perks. You only lunge if you release the heavy attack immediately? I think it was any attack. Hi, Jay. Hi, Jay. Any attack you made while sprinting. Or the thrust. At least if you thrust while sprinting, it would do it no matter what. It would just do it, right? I forget exactly. The heavy attack also moved you forward. I think it was any attack, light or heavy, that you made while sprinting. You tap sprint during the attack, kinda. Sprint was involved. No charging. No charging of the lunge. Just incorporating the sprint. I would sprint and thrust, then time the jump right after the thrust. That would propel you. Yeah. Okay. One balanced topic deserves its own mention. Lunge. Lunge, right? We know it's too strong. Isn't it nice? It's so nice when a developer acknowledges it, right? We know it's too strong. We've reduced it repeatedly throughout development, and it continues to dominate engagements far more than intended. Interesting, because they want the swashbuckling in and out. They want you to be able to kind of like poke in, because if you think about combat, right? If you think about combat, okay? Part of that combat is being able to, lunge forward, right? It's part of it. And I can understand it's period related, right? It's period related. En garde, right? En garde. Right? That guy was going for a lunge, kind of, right? He's kind of going for a lunge. So it makes sense. It's Napoleonic. It's swashbuckling, right? It's part of the swordplay, but it continues to dominate engagements far more than intended. In its current state, it closes distance too reliably and allows too many fights to be decided before meaningful back and forth combat has a chance to develop. Very interesting. So they know what they're going for. They know what they're aiming for. They want meaningful back and forth melee combat, and they know that lunge is getting in the way of that. Awesome. We'll be making a much larger adjustment, specifically reducing both its range and overall effectiveness so that positioning, timing, and sustained decision-making matter far more than landing a single lunge. Bravo, okay? Bravo. Love to hear it. Love to hear it. Okay. Cool. What else? At the moment, it's completely understandable that many players judge every ability, item, and mechanic through the lens of the expedition experience, because that's the content currently available. Interesting. What are they saying? Interesting. At the moment, it's completely understandable that many players judge every ability, item, and mechanic through the lens of raids, of going on raids, the expedition experience, because raids are currently the only way to play the game. However, expeditions, going on raids, are only one part of Hunger's long-term design. What? During our first year of early access, expeditions will increasingly become the foundation that supports a much broader end game. So you go on raids to build wealth, to find loot, to get your crafting materials, but that's really just kind of a way to kind of get gear and get like a foundation of power. The foundation that supports a much broader end game, including dedicated PvP battlegrounds, challenging PvE trials, and large-scale PvE boss encounters. Oh mama. Oh mama. I think when you get a perfect block, maybe a directional perfect block, like a parry, you should take a dash worth of stamina and half bar of energy and push the enemy backwards or stagger them. I think there's a lot they could do with a perfect block thing. I would love to see good perfect blocking have more of an offensive capability, but we'll return to this topic. Oh, not an arena. They didn't say arena, right? Dedicated PvP battlegrounds. I like the idea of a PvP battlegrounds being rooted in the planned factions. Sounds neato. I'm excited for this portion of their vision. It sounds like you have extraction as the basis for both PvP and PvE. Love to hear it. Extraction as a means to... Did anyone play New World? Right? Ones in chat if you played New World. I did not. Twos. I did not, right? But like New World, you kind of like farmed up, and then you had these kind of like guild. Explain to me. Tell me, how did it work in New World? Because I saw there was like PvP. There was kind of there was like capture the point kind of thing, right? Faction wars, okay? Faction wars. Maybe that's you know, if you think about put an H in chat if you've played Hell Let Loose. Because Hell Let Loose, you know, was the game that Good Fun Corp made before they made Hunger. And they've got a mind for kind of like, you know, bigger like side versus side, like battlefront kind of style combat, right? There's a few H's here. That's interesting. I never played Hell Let Loose. So, faction wars, right? Hell Let Loose, kind of like battlefield style combat, could be more interesting to me. I love Battlefield, right? Battlefront. I love those kind of games. If you have a guild, 20 people on a side, right? A PvP battleground where it's guild versus guild, and everyone's farmed up for like a few days to get your food and get your gear and get your ammo, get all your goods, right? And there's objectives, right? There's like capture points. There's like get more favorable elevation. You know, there's other things that you know you want to try to accomplish in this PvP battleground. I can imagine that would be incredible, right? I can imagine open world PvP, bit of a parallel of PvP with MMO as the basis rather than extraction as the basis, like this. So good. Hell Let Loose Vietnam is coming too. In a video from Rilo, he touched on faction NPCs showing up in expeditions. Some would be your ally, some would be your enemies. Maybe there's ways to like hire some mercenaries, right? You get some NPCs maybe, or you get NPCs to like maybe supply your side with some extra resources that could be used in these kind of like PvP battlegrounds. Very interesting. The fort battles in New World are pretty cool before the invulnerability exploits. And would fit pretty well with the factions here. Ooh, I can't wait, right? I can't wait. These guys are thinking down the line, okay? This is kind of like, imagine Arc Raiders had a guild system. Imagine Arc Raiders had, even if they didn't go PvP, even if maybe they had like 1 or 2 special large boss raids that you and your guild mates could go on, right? 8 person, an 8-person boss fight with your guild, right? Go figure, guild leader says guilds please, right? Go figure. Go figure. Arc Raiders would go hard with just profession system. Yeah. Arc Raiders just needs please a drop of something, content, please. Please. I'm afraid of the inevitable splitting of the player base with these game modes. I think though, Two Hands, I think that for in terms of longevity, you need a multifaceted experience to keep people engaged at the end game. Because if the game stays expeditions in perpetuity, right? It just turns into everyone is uber rich and everyone just looks to lobby roll pub stomp, right? You need these other things. You need them in order to motivate people to do the expeditions, to go on raids, right? To motivate people to like level up the guilds, right? I think there is a really valuable interplay. Games like this need a way of vetting the people you interact with and invite them to your team. Guilds are the traditional way games have kept like-minded players together. Interesting. Multiple game modes is also kind of like having dungeons and overworld and battleground from WoW, but without the open world. You completely agree. I mean, we get a taste of it with, I think, some of the people that have stuck with Dark and Darker, right? They rely on the interplay between, you know, the dungeon and the arena, right? And the building of wealth to either buy your BIS purples, or, you know, you're always just kind of rolling. You're looking for those minor artifacts that you can take into the arena because you want to play arena, because you want the arena, you know, ranks. Like, I think I was never opposed to the role, the function, the utility, the value of arena in Dark and Darker. I just think that arena in Dad was just so poorly kind of executed and poorly maintained, right? That it never clicked for me, because I just didn't like the experience of it. The line between splitting the player base bad and having a subset of aspirational content good is very thin line. It's true. But then I am afraid that Expeditions comes to mean an end for the other modes. But it's always going to be like that, I think, because people are going to consume the quest content, right? People are going to chew through the lore, right? And then you need something that is a little more like kind of self-refreshing, right? Like Counter-Strike has no lore, but enough people are interested in the mechanics of PvP and Counter-Strike to play that game, right? League of Legends is the same. Right? You're not playing for the story, you're playing for the PvP. And so people consume the content that is finite, right? Someone who's no interest in the other modes will have a lesser experience, but it's gonna, people are gonna, it's finite. And I think having an open-ended either PvP battleground or PvE trials, right? Or large-scale boss encounters are excellent means to capture the people that have made their way through the campaign and then like are still looking to do something else. The best example of what you're talking about is Albion Online. I don't know enough about it. I played a little bit of it. That's only for the players who view it that way. So it's good for a purely Expedition player to have players that have motivation, so they keep playing the mode that you love and keeps them looting and exploring. Guilds could bring interesting interactions in Expeditions. What happens when you encounter a fellow guild member in the expedition? It's true. Wouldn't that be wild, right? You see like a little colored armband, or you see something that tells you that, you know, that they're someone from your guild. It'd be amazing. Imagine saying if the open world is just a means to do end game raiding, and then the overworld would be less fun about WoW. This game's framework is just novel. I don't know enough about WoW to draw the comparison. But I think I know that myself and other players like me are super into the quests and the lore and the content, the campaign. But once that has been experienced, right, I'm also sustained by a desire to kind of refine and master some mechanics in PvP, and that gives me so much more replayability, right, than the story alone. Layer into that guild mechanics and guild relationships and guild combat, layer into that like PvE boss raids, and I think that the game now all of a sudden has way more longevity. Way more longevity. Many mechanics that may appear niche, situational, or even underpowered in today's expedition-focused gameplay has been designed with these future activities in mind. Okay, so they imagine this is going to be a big part of the game. So a lot of what is in the game currently that maybe seems underpowered or seems misplaced is there because they are already looking forward to these other modes of the game. And there are some mechanics in the game that are going to have way more impact in a dedicated PvP battleground, in a PvE boss encounter, in a PvE trial. That's interesting. That's interesting. As those experiences arrive, you will naturally see different builds, abilities, and equipment take on entirely new roles. You know what? Let me think about what this could mean. This could mean that if you're not that interested in PvP combat, right? You are more of a flower picker, a crafter, a trader, and they have said that they're, you know, in the missive today, in the missive that they talked about the vendors, and there's an opportunity for people to like take advantage of like arbitrage and like make a ton of money like from the marketplace and from vendors, right? They're kind of the work of the trade. Like they're kind of suggesting that like eventually right? You're going to be able to get stinking rich by like being smart with the market or with vendors, right? Why? Because when it comes to PvP battlegrounds, if you think about Dark and Darker and you think about how much money you spend on a weekend worth of epic heals, right? Of all... Sackboy's playing Power World. Welcome in Power World. I'm gonna get me to log out of my Steam so I don't get a notification every time one of my friends boots a game. How much money do you spend on consumables, right? On consumables for a weekend of Dad Arena? A lot, probably, right? A lot. How many resources would you spend on like a massive, like 3 consecutive PvP battlegrounds, like a giant like guild war, right? A ton. And so the role, there's all of a sudden there's a place, there's a role for people who just are farming up and crafting consumables. There's a role for someone in the guild who specializes in market trading and who's filthy rich. If you have a Bedul in your guild who he's only concerned about just being stinking rich so he can buy whatever he wants, right? Whatever he wants, whenever he wants. So when there is like a massive PvP battleground experience, like you've got money bags in the guild. It's like, yeah, let me just make it rain, and I'm gonna buy all the fancy consumables. I'm gonna buy all the fancy ammo, and we're gonna have a great advantage in a guild war because our guild is stinking rich, right? You've got people who know how to kill. You got people who know how to make money, right? And when those powers combine, then you get a really interesting complexion, a truly powerful guild of not only people that are mechanically good at PvP, but you've got others who maybe don't care so much about like perfecting the mechanics of PvP, but love the idea of like farming up and having their wealth go towards something meaningful, right? Pooling guild resources sounds so fun and motivating to play. And I don't think I put this together before now, but like, how good does it feel if you yourself, personally, you don't really think that you're the best PvPer, right? But you love the idea of being rich and like just totally understanding the market and understanding the fluctuations of value of things and being rich and using that wealth to help your friends be the best they can be in PvP, right? It gives a reason for you to want to be rich, right? Or it gives a reason for you to go out there and pick flowers and come back and craft meds, right? Because then you give those meds to the guild and you watch those people stream in Discord in the PvP fights and do amazing, and you come away with a victory because not only could the killers kill, but like the farmers and the traders could supply those killers with the resources they need to get the job done, right? PoE guild stash, totally. Do we have to sleep in shifts to take watch at our moat? I don't know. As long as there's no ABM, we'll get there. We'll get there. And people to carry? Sorry. Yeah, we'll see. Hopefully not so much dead weight in the PvP battlegrounds. Like being a military cook or something. That's exactly it, right? It's exactly it. Like a field doctor. If you had good physicians in your army, right? Who could keep people in fighting form. If you had good cooks who could stave off illness and fatigue and disease because there was just good quality food, if they could make good food out of like some of the stuff that you could forage and hunt, you know, that's a huge advantage. PvPers helping farmers, traders get the high tier resources, totally, right? I see now that it's not just about expeditions. Expeditions are a way to build wealth and practice the game, right? But there's other game modes that can be this kind of confluence of where different play styles really empower each other, right? Like the PvPers make it so that like the people that want to farm and want to use their wealth to like just acquire amazing resources, right? Like there's a reason to do that. It's not just to have a massive stash, right? And I don't know. I can see I can see the power of guilds, the power of different players coming together in different game modes in a way I don't think I appreciated until now. Oh, cool. So, okay. I think I've talked about this. What niche mechanics do you think they mean? Large scale PvE boss raids, right? Where everyone gets on board, right? Even the people that maybe, the people who aren't so confident in PvP, you know, when the guild says we're doing some big boss raids, everybody on board, right? Everybody on board. Who cares? Pile in. Let's go for a big PvE boss raid. That's fun, right? It's not always going to be about PvP, which is also cool, right? I aspire to have a massive stash. I know you do, right? Zio always has a massive stash. Zio's a gamer, right? Knows how to play games. Let's see. Perhaps the most encouraging outcome of this technical test is the overwhelming majority of discussion has centered around gameplay balance and game systems rather than technical stability, right? People aren't saying, oh my god, I can't even play, the game is crashing, right? There's crazy memory leaks. I could never get more than 20 frames a second, right? I couldn't even connect, right? The overwhelming majority of discussion has centered around gameplay balance and game systems rather than technical stability, which is a huge W, right? Is a huge W. That's exactly where we wanted to arrive. Infrastructure can only truly be tested at scale with real players, and balance can only be refined once thousands of people begin approaching the game in a way that no internal team ever could. So now the real work begins, right? The back-end investment, all the net code, all of the server scaling, all of the matchmaking, that's all invisible stuff, right? If it's not there, it sucks and the game flops. If it's there, then it's not a guaranteed win. It just means that players get to actually look at the game systems. And because Good Fun did the good work required to make it so we can join and play the game and like actually have a look, right? Now the real work begins. But you can't get there unless you go through all those rounds of invisible back-end work. So it's huge for them. It's huge for them. We'll continue sharing more updates as we move towards open beta. There's still a great deal to improve before early access, but every technical test leaves us with a clear picture of what needs to happen next, and we're excited to keep building Hunger alongside all of you. Thank you again for playing, for your feedback, for signing up to the open beta, and for wishlisting the game. Your support genuinely helps us build the RPG we've always set out to make. Interesting, I missed this little detail. Help us build the RPG we've always set out to make. That's cool that they're not being shy. Like they're not trying to make an extraction shooter. They're not trying to make a shooter, you know? They're trying to make an RPG. And if that's kind of like one of their North Stars, right? Like, how do we make this game a better RPG? That's interesting, because I'm not sure if a game like Dark and Darker is an RPG, you know? Like, I don't... What's the definition of a role-playing game? Of an RPG? Is it like deep and long-term character development? Is that what it is? Is that kind of like one of like the most straightforward definitions of an RPG? Lore. So it's a combination of like world story and deep character progression, right? Promising wording. I just hope today's gaming landscape allows them to make progress with everyone forgetting about it while they get there. Even if people forget, by the time they get there, right? It's better for people to forget while they work hard, and then ta-da, this game is fantastic. I'm not too worried. Gamers are fickle. Gamers are capricious. People are idiots, you know? It's better for them to just take their time, buck the trend, take as much time as they need, and make the best game possible, right? Loot lore progression. Lore quests progression. Dad is an RPG until level 15. Yeah. More like hero shooter plus extraction game for Dad. The mastery system makes Hunger more RPG. Lore quests progression. Loot lore progression. If we go back to the guild system, people can fill roles in their guild, merchants, soldiers, explorers, etc. Very well said, Darty. I think the thing that makes this game more of an RPG than other extraction games is how unpunishing death is, especially once guilds are present. Interesting, because you don't lose experience on death, do you? Right? You kill a bunch of hunger, you kind of progress in the raid. If you die, you don't lose that experience. I think the focus on quests and merchant relationships are really what pushes this to be an RPG. Okay. Let me go out on a limb here. Thank you for that insight, guys. I think you got a good read on that. I'm gonna go out on a limb. I'm gonna provide a timeline from my POV. My guess. Okay? This is not an official timeline. This is my guess. We had Tech Test 3. What happens next? Next, the devs work in response to respond, to process, to iterate on the tech test data. The devs work in response to the tech test data, okay? Over some kind of undetermined amount of time. And then we have open beta. The duration of the open beta is unknown, and then something similar happens. After the open beta, the devs work in progress in response to the open beta data, right? To the open beta data. And then we have early access launch, and then we have EA is live for about a year, and then we have ongoing dev work based on EA data, and then we have 1.0 launch. There's a lot of phases still left, right? Before the 1.0. There's a lot still. And we forget that we are still just seeing the tail end of the very beginning, right? The very beginning. My hypothesis is there's a lot of work that they have to do in response to the tech test data, okay? But that the open beta isn't that far away. For open beta is October, November. Interesting. Interesting. I want to be more optimistic and say that it's just kind of fiddling with knobs. They don't have that much, like it's not that heavy of a lift, really. I was going to say, hey, Sneaky, welcome back. I was going to say, optimistically, end of the summer, like August, maybe September for open beta. And then the open beta, who wants to guess? I predict tomorrow. Who wants to guess how long is the open beta? How long is the open beta? Duration unknown. How long are they going to let that go for, do you think? I'm curious. Hmm. 2 to 3 weeks. Interesting. Didn't they want the open beta to last until EA? Interesting. I don't know. I wonder if they'd let your progression roll over from beta. Probably not. I think it depends on how much work needs to get done and the progress of it. Yes. Whatever it is, it won't be enough. Hopefully there's enough time for us to kind of all kind of make it to Cauldron and see what the guild system is like. You know what I mean? So that we can really hit the ground running in early access, right? Whenever that's going to be. However that's going to be. Let's go further, shall we? Let's go further. I expect a big balance pass. Big balance passes during... Yes, I agree. I agree. Okay, here we go, dudes. Here we go. Time for me to be honest. I imagine they need longer test data. I think the open beta will be at least a month. I think at least a month to let people kind of get further in the game systems, because the game changes as you go deeper. The game opens up. More of the game is only available to players that make it beyond the first chapter or two. And so if they want good data on all of the game systems, well, then you have to have players make it through to Prestige. right? Prestige multiple characters, perhaps, right? And see how that happens later in the game's design, right? So to enable that, I would assume a month at least. A month at least. So, fingers crossed. Fingers crossed that we see the open beta maybe at the end of the summer, right? At the end of the summer. Hopefully it doesn't compete with Valheim too much, right? Not that we're, you know, I don't want to mix metaphors here, but you know, there's a lot of games in the world, right? A lot of games in the world. Okay. Hopes and fears. I want to be honest. I don't think I've had a chance to really be honest about what I think. My response to the tech test, to my first impressions of the game. Allow me to do that now, okay? I'm going to start with fears. I'm going to start with the negative so we can end on the positive, right? Keep things optimistic, because for each, well, for 2 of 3 of these games, let me say I'm optimistic. So I'm going to challenge myself to end on the positive. But we'll start with fears. What am I afraid of in terms of hunger? What did I experience that I'm not particularly excited about, happy about, right? Content with? What are my fears for hunger? Okay? Number 1, the melee experience was not what I expected. Okay? As a melee enjoyer, as a melee enthusiast, as someone who went into this game thinking that there was going to be a certain style of combat, a certain level of nuance enabled by this game, the melee experience was not what I expected, okay? The heavy cost, there was a heavy cost and a minimal benefit to blocking. Aside just staying alive, blocking was good at helping you stay alive, but from my POV, it didn't do much other than that. It's like I could block to save my life, but I couldn't really block to turn the tables of melee combat, and that was disappointing. Because in other melee games that I love, blocking enables counterattacking, enables you to reverse your fortunes. If you take the risk, if you gamble on a block and you get that block, you are rewarded with some offensive capability, and I didn't really feel that in Hunger at this stage, right? There was also too much reward for attack spam, particularly as some characters made it pretty far down the martial mastery tree. There was so much energy available, and they would just attack, and there was just too much value for people that would spam attacks. There was too much reward for attack spam, I believed, right? With the martial mastery, with so much energy, there really was no downtime. There was just always energy for some characters, it felt like. The directional blocking was kind of missing in action. A little bit MIA, right? I thought that it was going to be more important to be able to read your opponent and block to the left, block to the right, block above, block the thrust. It just seemed like a block was a block. And I didn't, like, it didn't seem that consequential for me to, like, have to aim and turn and kind of do a lot of, invest in directional blocking. That was a little bit disappointing. It was kind of missing in action. Also, it also felt like perfect block timing, right? I know that perfect blocking was a thing, and you could save a lot of energy if you had a perfect block, but if and when I got a perfect block, the timing of that was kind of opaque. Lance, what's up? Welcome in. Blocking felt like playing not to lose rather than playing to win. Yes, very well said. It's a good way to say it. Perfect block timing was opaque, and the reward was uncertain. I didn't really feel it. If I got a perfect block, it was kind of like, did I get one? Was it good? To be fair, it's good to be fair for a block to be a block. Otherwise, it's going to become Mordhau at some point. I'm not sure what you mean by this. If by this you mean like there's just too much kind of fanciness, I don't know. I feel like that the block should be more rewarding. And it should be a little more indicative, right, of when you've done the best you can possibly do with a block. So these aspects meant that the melee experience wasn't what I expected, and that was a little bit disappointing. I mean, of course, expectation is the mother of disappointment. Maybe it was my bad for having a little too much expectation, but you know, that is what it is. I also felt that there was a degree of quest rushing. Quest rushing, and combined with some PvE cheese. Some jump spots, fighting mobs through doorways, right? To really farm easy XP, enabled a kind of rapid power unlock, okay? A lot of people knew exactly where to go to rush the quests. A lot of people knew how to cheese some of the elite mobs that made it very easy to kill them very quickly. And because a lot of the class power was gated behind quests and behind character experience, like masteries, right? It allowed for a rapid power unlock, which was kind of surprising for me to see just how fast and how far some players could go, even with a handful of days. Like a couple of 8-hour play sessions and people were so far ahead, which is kind of weird. Does perfect block stagger the attacker at all? I don't think so, sadly, which is kind of lame, right? Eloise quest is too important. There needs to be multiple ways to enter the cauldron. Interesting. Oh, you're here? No, you're good. Let me do this. Let me do this here. A couple of messages for anyone. Oh, too many characters. We'll go one message. Like so. A second message. Like so. So in Mordhau, due to the complexity of all the systems, blocks, chambers, feints, and all that, you can essentially become a god and nobody can touch you. It was common. I think there is a gradient though, right? And I think this game, I think Hunger aspires to have the same degree of fidelity for the melee combat as Mordhau. And I'm okay with, if people have mastered, you know, block timing and have mastered these systems, you know, similar to in real life, if someone dedicates themselves to swordplay, right? And the issue I draw is when there's weird like axles, when the game gets abusable, right? Like you get kind of chivalry 1 axle nonsense, right? That is counterintuitive. That is not good, right? That is not good. Being advertised, there's many ways to get noticed to get into the cauldron. But it really was just Eloise. It's true. It's true. Did anyone find use from the feint in Hunger? I tried. You know, it wasn't that reliable for me. And I don't think the reward for someone clicking block, the cost benefit analysis for feinting isn't quite there. I feinted a few times, but it wasn't quite there. I think that there's a concern, you know, that this is like a common trope that people point to the Mordhau thing as like, I hope it doesn't turn into Mordhau. And I think that there's like, it doesn't have to be binary though. Like you can have a melee combat system that is full of nuance and complexity, that isn't abused or exploited, and it can be very good and very satisfying, is what I'm trying to say. Quest rushing and PvE cheese, I think allowed a lot of people to go very quickly, allowed for a kind of rapid power unlock. And that for me was a little bit weird and surprising to see. The character level and the epic or legendary gear, I also believed, created a power gap that became fairly insurmountable. And this is something that they said that they didn't want to have. They wanted strong gear and armor in particular to give a distinct advantage, but not be insurmountable. Zafarius, what's up? Welcome in. It can be better than this, better than Dad, even without the goofy Mordhau hitbox slipping. Yes. I didn't have time for this game. Hopefully it was still good. Yes, it was very good, and there will be time. There will be time, Zafarius. I feel like I was disappointed to see just how powerful a high character level with a bunch of masteries plus epic gear and legendary gear was. From my POV, a level 40 player in green gear did not stand a chance against a level 80 character in epics and legendaries, okay? The power gap became insurmountable, and that was kind of a surprise based on some of the language, some of the positioning that the devs kind of set up in some of the missives leading up to this tech test. The power gap wouldn't be as much of a problem if the melee combat was more skillful. Devs! Well said, yes. Very good. Very good. At the end of the day, you're another day older. Right? At the end of the day, if they balance the resource management properly, you gain an advantage to your resource drain rate by being skilled, but still can get worn down. Yes, Sackboy, yes. I'm glad they said they are gonna nerf the lunge flying across the map stuff by the open beta. Yes, it was dumb and lame. They know it. At the end of the day ends, right? The home is where the rump rests, right? Home is where the rump rests. TTK is too fast at low gear and too slow at high gear, and the power gap to be balanced-ish. Yes. Okay. These are my fears, guys. These are my fears. We're talking fears. We're talking fears. What else? I felt like I was kind of surprised that many players have already 100% solved the early game. Okay? There's been enough previous tech tests that some people know exactly where to go to get gear and loot up and to progress quickly with levels. And because they were so well geared and because they were so advanced, there was minimal opportunities for underdog victory against moderate power gap, and you guys have said it. You guys have said it. I could not say it any better than this. The power gap wouldn't be as much of a problem if melee combat was more skillful, and at the end of the day, if they balance the resource management properly, you'll gain an advantage to your resource drain by being skilled, but you can still get worn down. So it's still a work in progress, right? Different game and style feel compared to MISTFALL. Yes, I agree. How would you compare this game to MISTFALL? Better or worse? I wouldn't say better or worse, but certainly different. Some interesting similarities that I didn't expect, namely the combat dodging, right? The role of the combat dodge. There is kind of this massive overlap between the two games for me, and I love a combat dodge. But other than that, I guess there's resource management, and there is a delineation in MISTFALL Hunter between your abilities, energy, and your kind of dashing charges, right? Which is also lovely to see. There actually are surprising similarities, but there are also radical differences between the two games, right? Hot take. Make any bullet be able to one-shot, headshot, power gap solved. Interesting, right? Even from a Volant, right? Well, then all of a sudden, the low-power multi-shot rifles are going to be absolute BIS, and no one is going to run anything else. And the game is going to be all about hiding in shrubs, shooting for the head, right? You're welcome, sir. You're welcome, friend. You're welcome, friend. Hot take. Let any melee weapon have a sneak attack if a player is holding a gun. Like a backstab, right? A one-shot sneak attack? Tarkov immediately, yeah. How to turn your game into Tarkov. How to say hello to Italian Matty, right? How are you, sir? How are you? Guys, I'm getting hungry. I'm getting kind of sweaty, too. Like, we're almost done the fear. I still have to talk about the hope for one game out of 3 games. Friends, this is a Monday yap sesh. Guys, look at what, are we gonna make it? I'm hungry, guys. I'm hungry. Hungry for hunger. I'm hungry. I'm gonna eat a sandwich, like, immediately. Okay? Let's get through the fears. Let's get through the fears. The fears I have is the melee experience wasn't what I expected, okay? Wasn't what I expected. It's gonna get there, I hope, but I was hoping for a bit more, okay? I'll be honest. The quest rushing and the PvE cheese made for rapid power unlock, and the character level plus strong gear made a power gap that I felt was a bit insurmountable for the mid-tier folks. Mid-tier folks, I was hoping underdogs could take out the higher tier folks. It just didn't seem possible. Can we not talk about food, please? I'm going to be eating a sandwich on stream imminently, guys, imminently. Okay, what else? For fear. I think that the PvE in general is too easy. PvE is too easy. Once you learn how to do it, Zafarius with 5 memberships, right? Oh, hey! Miraleon, I want to say. How do I say this? Miraleon? Miraleon. How do I say this? Thank you very much, Zafarius. Appreciate it. Anyone else you recognize? Zed Colin? No, there's so many new names, but Mira was in chat today, is in chat right now. I appreciate that very much, Zafarius. Enjoy a wonderful streamer. Oh, thank you very much. Thank you. PvE is too easy. Once you learn how to do it, right? The fear is gone, and you just walk through all the mobs, right? They become kind of just like noise traps alone. YouTube needs to buff the gift sub system, I agree. Uh-huh. Is Zeph looking extra handsome today? We haven't seen the bosses yet, though, it's true. They've been kind of hyping the bosses up. I can't wait. I can't wait. It's true. I also feel like the character advancement, thank you very much. Thank you very much. The character advancement also feels very easy. Little ham and cheese. Little ham and cheese Sam. Okay. It's got some mustard horseradish. It's got some big white onions. It's got a ton of cheddar cheese, big thick slices of ham, some arugula, some garlic hummus, a little bit of mayonnaise, right? Oh, I'm gonna inhale this. How do you guys feel? Once you get kind of past like the fear factor, did you feel like, how did you feel about the PvE? F, that looks so good. I also felt like the story went a bit fast for me, or the story is ignored. And what's the problem there? That after people, if it's too easy to level up, right? People are just incentivized, only the insurmountable PvP remains. PvE stagger is a little too simple. Uh-huh. True. Where did that come from? Yeah, came from the fridge. Oh, there it is. Yay, Mira. Mira, yay. You're welcome. Thank you, Zafarius, again. Appreciate it. PvE was spooky for me, but I played under 10 hours. Uh-huh. Once you kind of push through, and you just kind of, you get a little desensitized, you realize how easy it is, right? Hey, Clippy, what's up? Yay, Clippy. Yay, Clippy. Can I say? Maybe I won't say. I'm just going to say Clippy's doing good work, okay? And Clippy is being appreciated at their work. And you love it when someone is good at what they do, right? When they get recognized. When they get recognized. Clippy's being recognized. Which is lovely. Clippy does the best work. It's true. It's true. Okay. I think that the current kind of insurmountable nature of some PvP in the expedition-based game, right? It puts pressure on matchmaking. And this is going to get sorted. And I know that like later on, as more of the game develops, we're going to see different facets of the game. But for now, I was a little bit, I'm afraid that the PvE experience is one of insurmountable things, and it puts a lot of pressure on matchmaking. So fingers crossed that this kind of like is ironed out for the open beta and beyond. Okay? The last thing I'll say is I hope I never see this. I hope we don't see this ever. But a couple of people have mentioned it. A couple of content creators have mentioned it, and it makes me feel weird that any dev confirmation of aggression-based matchmaking, okay? This is not confirmed. I have no idea if it exists or doesn't exist, okay? But I've heard a couple of people mention that it's there. I've asked for the official source, and no one has been able to say, oh, here's where I actually heard it from the devs. So I don't know. I saw a dev mention it. Interesting. Where? I'm curious. Any confirmation of this, I personally am not a fan of. Okay? Being able to predict player behavior robs the value of giving people infinite options. Based on the PvP and PvE game modes existing, This should not exist in the extraction mode. Yes, I agree. Okay? I think it stifles unpredictability and totally poisons the player POV. It was an interview from a while back. Can't remember specifically. They said it would be a combination of things. Well, fingers crossed that this doesn't rear its head or become a major part of the game, because I think it's super lame. I play with VoIP off, me too. So I'm always aggressive. Been burned too many times by false friendlies. I totally agree, Moss. Totally agree. Okay, let's talk about hope, and then I'm gonna eat this bloody sandwich. Hope, the positive side of things, dudes. I gotta say, as a solo dolo, as a solo enjoyer, okay? Solo game mode in this game is viable and it's fun. You can play alone and it's fun, okay? The matchmaking from my experience was very reliable. I was only a couple times paired with a couple of other duos. I was never paired with trios, and I had a really fun time running around as a solo in the big open world. Yeah, it worked. I loved it. It was viable. It was fun. There was a couple situations when I was playing duos where my partner got knocked and I was able to 1v2. And so the 1v2s is definitely possible. It helps having strong firearms. It helps with a faster TTK, I think. But this also felt good. And I really liked the fact that a 1v2 situation was achievable, which is nice, right? Give me hours played matchmaking, LOL. I hope so, right? I hope they have the sophistication. I really do. I really do. I also think, I'm hopeful because I know a lot of utility is still on the way. Traps, throwables, launchers, right? Whole other facets to the combat system are not yet in the game and are going to change the complexion of engagements. And that's going to make different styles of play even more viable, even more interesting. So I'm hopeful for that. I'm excited for that. What else? Guys, I gotta say, okay? The game, I believe, properly rewards stealth. It properly rewards a stealthy style of play. It enables careful traversal through the map. It allows me as a solo player to manage my sound with PvE. I can easily avoid mobs. I can fight mobs if I want to. I can control the sounds that I make in a way that is satisfying. And also, I can set up and execute very effective ambushes. Ambushing in solo play is fun and rewarding. And, you know, I think a big reason I put thousands and thousands of hours into Dark and Darker is because I'm a sneak attack enjoyer. I'm an ambush player. I love to play stealthily and carefully and quietly, and I love to spring attacks. I love to attack when people do not expect. I just get such a rush and a thrill from that style of play, and the fact that Hunger lets me do that gives me great hope for future experiences of that in the game. What else? I love that this game seems to discourage a lot of the kind of typical first-person shooter brain rot conventions that dominate games like Apex Legends that we see in other shooter-type games, okay? In Hunger, from what I saw, there was minimal jump spam. There is no slide spam. There's no fast switching. There's no tilt spam, right? Or peek spam. There's no jiggle looting, right? There's no like ADHD kind of like moving around while you're looting things, okay? I love that the game forces players to stand still. I love that this game forces players to become vulnerable. I love that this game limits the stupid things that players do in other FPS shooters, right? And I love to think that players that have no patience are going to be frustrated by how slow and intentional this game feels. Because I can't stand the jump spam, the slide spam, the fast switching, the jiggle looting. I hate all that stuff. I want classic heads up Western shootout, right? The stowed weapon slot was the closest piece. I agree with this. However, you should be able to open map while running. Interesting. I hate that when these games make you stand still, learn the map, or pick where you were going. Interesting. Interesting. Not gonna lie, I hate a majority of shooters for this reason. Ark is one of the few shooters I have played and truly enjoyed. Learning the map is only something you need to do as a new player, so they shouldn't be punished. You know the map a lot. Interesting. I did get shot. I did get shot often, early on, looking at the map. Where's my playlist? No goodbye song. No goodbye song. It's almost sandwich time, guys. I can't wait. I love this. This takes real bravery, okay? In a modern shooter landscape, right? To kind of like say fuck you to like the Apex Legends kind of ADHD typical FPS gamer, the Twitch gamer. I love that they did that. I love it. I love it. I love it. What else? What else? I think the devs are currently in the honeymoon phase, okay? We're in a honeymoon phase. Everyone, we're just getting to know each other, right? They're very communicative. They're very responsive. They're saying, we know that Lunge is stupid and broken, right? There's a really good relationship that is burgeoning, which is really nice, right? And, you know, you got to just embrace the honeymoon while it's here. It's never going to be better than it is currently, right? We have not yet been disappointed, really, right? We've got tolerance. We've got patience. I think that gives me hope that we're entering one of the strongest phases for our relationship with the devs. And I can recognize that because we've been through it before, right? I think that it is a good sign, though, that they have such an open acknowledgement of the issues and imbalances that exist in the game currently, and they are clearly interested in looking at those things honestly, embracing those challenges, and fixing those issues. Lastly, what else? What am I hopeful for Hunger? Right, guys, this is gonna give us eventually, you know, my concerns about melee, right? Hopefully will be addressed, right? It's gonna give us a new and evolving melee combat system to master, and I love it. I love a melee combat game. I love a full loot PvP melee combat game with stealth, with blocking and counterplay, and the fact that we have a new emerging melee combat system to master, for me, I'm so excited to do it, right? I'm so excited to do it. Also, I feel like the guns are awesome and feel great, right? I'm not a shooter guy per se, but like I can recognize craft, right? And when a team clearly has the vision and the skill to make these weapons just look and feel incredible, right? And just visceral and tactile and historically accurate, and also kind of fanciful and creative. Like there's a lot to the gunplay and the firearm side of things, and even for someone like me who that's not my like primary passion, I can recognize the craft and the artistry. And boy oh boy, huge erection. It's been a while. Welcome in. Wait, are you welcoming me to your house, Hugh? Thank you for letting me into your house. Thank you. Thank you. I accept your invitation. Getting into the cauldron felt great alongside the safe pocket road. It's true. It's true. I think also the deep lore, right? There's a lot of really well-written craft. There's a lot of well-written quests, and the fact that it's kind of like an attractive European landscape. I adore the stone walls, right? Like a European backdrop, for me, just kind of resonates a bit more than the Hunt Showdown, kind of like, you know, similar time period, but kind of more bayou kind of setting. I'm so much more into this like Napoleonic continental Europe kind of scene for the time period, and that just meshes so well with the lore, the aesthetic, all of it. There's so much to be hopeful for, and now that we've had a taste of the tech test, right, the next stage of the game cannot come fast enough, right? Cannot come fast enough. I tried Hunt during my hunger withdrawals, and it is not as good. I understand. For you. I understand. Oh, I'm gonna eat a sandwich, guys. Time to eat a sandwich. I like European landscapes too. Hey, as a kid who went on family vacation to places like the Dominican Republic, right, and Jamaica, there would be German tourists. They would go full topless, and it just blew my teenage mind, right? It blew my teenage mind to see full-on German women, right? With just tits out, right? In the sun. Have you seen anything on Expedition Into the Darkness? I played a little bit of the last playtest. It was good. It was good. Okay. I'm gonna pause. I'm gonna go back to, let's go back to the tavern. Let's hang out in the tavern, shall we? Can you guys do me a favor? Can you talk amongst yourselves a little bit while I eat the sandwich? Am I too large for this? Maybe I am. Maybe. Oh, you know what I'm gonna do? Wait, do I have it here? Let me see here. I might only have it here. Here, maybe? Let me take a look. I'm looking for my PNG tuber. Oh, yeah. See if I can do this really quick. If I paste this here, paste, and I go like this, and I go like this. This isn't so bad, right? It's not ideal, but this way you don't need to hear me chewing, or you don't need to see me chewing at least, right? You don't need to see me. I changed the backdrop. Put me in the water cooler and I'll serenade them with backdrop appropriate shanties for a minute. I see. Uh-huh. I saw one. We saw that in Ark, right? The era of the trigger nades. I also know that in Ark Raiders, a lot of people didn't like dying to like jolt mines. How do I cancel my membership? A lot of people didn't like dying to mines in Ark Raiders. Understandably so, right? Whoa. GG, man. Wow. That's huge. I gotta not talk while eating. Okay, I'm gonna not talk. I'm just gonna eat. Yikes. Wow. This is a massive comment. 150. Thanks for saying so, man. This is crazy. GG on your 7K hours, man. That's huge. And all the crazy ranking and stuff. That's huge. Yeah. No, thank you. Don't want to crack a rib. What's the ABI again? Sorry. What was ABI? Ham sandwich. So good. Ah. Arena Breakout Infinite, thank you. Chinese Tarkov. Ham Sam. I hear you, Marty. Just play CS. Is anyone interested? I'm gonna kind of get ahead of myself here. But I want to ask. We're gonna do Dad next. We're talking Dad next. We're gonna talk Dad. But who is anyone? Is anyone following MISTFALL? What's the general? Is there interest in MISTFALL? Who in the community has played? Is gonna care about MISTFALL? Not that it really matters to me because I'm gonna play it anyway. I'm just kind of curious to see. I know that Sackboy mentioned it. I know that Deary mentioned it. Zafarius, yes. I have heard of Nekwan, yes. That's fair. That's fair. Hi, Gumba. How are you? Totally fair. Oh my god. I love food. Dark Souls 3. Aha. Talking to some girl at school, eh? Interesting, interesting. Marty focusing on his studies, it seems. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Okay, almost done. Almost done. Sorry about this. I've been awake for a long time. And whenever I'm awake for a long time, I need to keep eating or else I just like collapse. Almost done. You have no idea. You have no idea. Thanks, buddy. We still have a long way to go. Yeah. Oh, yeah. A little smug? Okay. Let's do it. Dudes, we're like 1/3 of the way, okay? Good Sam. Okay. Big Yap Day, right? Big Yap Day. We can all agree that hunger, I think, hunger has given us all something to think about, right? It's made me hopeful that there's like gonna be, like, we're gonna be able to get into this, like, get right into it. Just gotta be a little more patient, is all, right? Okay. Get ready. Get ready. Let's give them something to talk about, right? A little mystery to figure out. Dad. Dark and Darker, right? Season 10. Here it comes. Here it comes. I suddenly lost my appetite. No, you're good. Come on. Come on. Yikes. You got a good crew, Lance. You got a good crew. Oh, Lord, it's coming. Okay. The big news for Dark and Darker, right, is we got a pretty interesting looking game trailer. Season 10 teaser trailer where a lot of things have been revealed, right? A lot of things. I feel like Wizard is the new rogue. Work meetings, be back later. Okay, so good timing, man. Good timing. Wall ride. Uh-huh. What the fuck, man? I'm surprised like that there's still kind of rogue updates trickling out that this is not the rogue wipe, right? Like last season was the rogue season, right? Yeah, we're gonna talk about everything. We're gonna talk. I'm just gonna let the trailer play out a little bit more. We're almost done there. Couple of ranger trickling out stuff too. Mm-hmm. Can the panther climb walls? I hope not. Are you kidding? If the druid panther can climb walls, right? It's over. It's just over. Okay. I know. Okay. Let's talk about this. So, we watched the trailer. As a Wizard enjoyer, I'm excited. As a Wizard player, I'm afraid. Uh-huh. What do we see? We saw in the trailer a couple things. In terms of the cleric, we saw a new Radiant Blade cleric spell. A little bit weird. A cleric would summon an edged weapon, but it makes sense. I think I remember like Baldur's Gate 3, you could play as a cleric and you could summon a blade, right? Interesting that there's a summon, right? Another summon. As a Wizard player, I'm sad that my stupid brain won't want me to play Wizard because everyone. You'll get over that, Mossy. You'll get over that. More summon spells. Yeah, surprised they didn't summon exactly. Kind of strange, right? It's like an edged weapon and not like a big hammer or something, right? But what do I know? I wonder if the sword has true sight. We'll see. What else do we see? Another cleric spell. We're talking clerics. What do we see in the teaser trailer? We saw Divine Barrier. So a little protective bubble. Interesting. I think there's definitely game modes. There's definitely situations that where a Divine Barrier has distinct utility. Right? Looks super hype. Block projectiles, neat. Uh-huh. And then here we see 2 dead bodies. Okay, 2 dead bodies. And the cleric has a miracle spell to bring mass party res. Okay, I was surprised to see this. I think that the Radiant Blade, I was surprised to see Radiant Blade. I was not surprised to see something like Divine Barrier. I was surprised to see Miracle. Very interesting. And then what else? We saw there was this kind of sneaky thing, okay? At the end of the teaser trailer, we saw this kind of thing. This is kind of a weird thing. It looked like another cleric spell. We got a cleric, right? And I wasn't sure what this was. What do you think this is? Blind? Confuse? Right? Cleric has bind, right? And cleric has kind of like a holy strike that already kind of blinds. Vicious mockery, Gonna loot that body, right? Fear or blind, So, right? We picked that out. Blindfold should be made of light, not shadow. Shake my head. No comment. Okay. So this is the kind of what we've seen for cleric. Any guesses on perks? Any other skills that we didn't see? Does anyone have any more insight? Anyone want to take a guess on perks? What do we think? You think this is it? Surely there's like, I mean, even the existence of this blind spell, right? So there's gonna be more, right? Change to holy purification. Probably a perk to make it affect players. Interesting. It felt a little bit thin, right? Compared to the wizard, certainly. So I think they're probably just holding a lot back. There's a significant chance the trailer was literally everything and the rest is artistic liberty. Yeah, why can't a cleric fly? No angel wings? Just all classes except for fighter can fly. You right? The fighter will use a magic carpet to fly. I see. Wolfgang. We'll see. Okay. Right? Okay. The trailer seems very support or caster cleric focused, dare I say. Would they ever, do you think they'd ever redefine cleric to make space for a new paladin class? Because like kind of cleric has done double duty this whole time, right? Like cleric, is cleric one of the most broad, or like does cleric have some of like the biggest like divergence between its kind of identities, right? What do we think? Because if you play pure caster support cleric, right? Like cloth caster cleric, that is very different than playing pure smite bonk, right? I wish paladin existed. Cleric and warlock have the most playstyle difference in my opinion. I struggle to think of other classes that have more disparity at their disposal, right? You can't wear plate as any other caster, and no other plate wearer can heal the team like that. Warlock is most diverse. Interesting. I think I agree with this. Cleric is notoriously meta in Dark and Darker. Anyway, I'm just curious if we ever think that Iron Mace would go the extra step and have cleric, like redefine cleric to be a little more kind of pure support, pure caster, you know, and then carve out kind of a smite melee paladin as like a separate class. He meant D&D, yeah. But it's true for both. I think I said D&D. Cleric is notoriously meta in D&D, like Dungeons and Dragons. Whatever happened to that monk class? Now that Rogue gets a wall climb. Yeah, we don't ask that question. It's a very good question, though. Yeah. Right? Okay. Okay. Cool. Cleric. How about Wizzy Wiz? Okay. Hey, look who it is. Who's this handsome lad? Look at that guy. What do we see for wizard dudes? Well, well, well. What did we see for Wizard, guys? Meteor Strike. Legacy, Steel, and Sorcery had a Meteor Strike. I've always liked a Meteor Strike for Wizard, right? Meteor feels good. Meteor feels like a good Wizard spell. I was not surprised. I was happy to see it. I was not surprised to see it. Happy to see it. Happy to see that Wizard gets more offensive, interesting new magic that we have not seen yet, right? Meteor Strike. How this works in like a closed dungeon space, right? Here we are in the ruins, right? Here we have like the night sky, right? We got like a uninterrupted pathway to the heavens. How this works in Inferno, I don't know. What happens when the ceiling is like, it's right there? The door tech makes these environment spells so strong. Interesting. We'll see how it goes, right? In deep subterranean internal spaces. What else did we see for WYZIWYZ? Okay. I'm gonna come back to that one. We saw this one. We saw this. This was kind of in a cluster, in a flurry of thing. We saw Teleport, Sleep, and Arcane Infusion. Teleport lets you blink, basically, right? You get to kind of jump ahead, blink ahead. Sleep, well, you know, kind of puts people to sleep, as you might expect. And then Arcane Infusion was really just kind of like a BOC, right? Bonk was already good, yeah. It was already good. Maybe it's like an alternate path for it. Hitscan CC, oh bother, or oh brother, yes, yeah. Blow of Corruption just for Wizard, it's true. If you have the right perk, now you can block with the casting tool, so nutty. So, okay, that's a thing. Guys, Mimic Dust. I think that Dad saw Mistfall Hunter. I think that these guys are not above being influenced by the other games they see in the landscape. I know for a fact that they were heavily influenced by some of the systems in Arc Raiders that led Iron Mace to make the kind of crafting tables, right? The scrap, all the deconstructing, right? They saw the success. They saw the design of certain mechanics in Arc Raiders. They admitted to it in devcasts. And I wonder if they saw Mimic Dust. Transmutation looks fun. Do you think it's just barrels? I wonder. Do you think if you cast the spell on a crate, can you become a crate? If you cast a spell at a brazier, can you become a brazier? You know? It has to be more than just barrels. It has to be. Play Dead in the Rafters sounds funny. It's true. I had more fun than I thought I would messing around with Mimic Dust in Mistfall Hunter. So, fingers crossed that this is kind of like more fun than annoying. And fingers crossed you can do more than just a barrel roll. You know what I mean? Fingers crossed. What else? What else do we see? Okay. Fly. Here we are. Here comes the wizard, right? Up and away. What is the poor man with a lowly Warmaul? You know, Cleric can't even hurl. You can't even hurl the Warmaul. Why do we have Dark and Darker Subway Surfers on the top right? For people like yourself, Fart. Maybe you don't care about what I gotta say, but you want to watch yourself, you know, handgun someone in the sewer module, right? They fly now. Yeah, you're a wizard, Harry, right? Cleric can hurl up. Yeah, just hurl up, stupid, right? He stops flying when he casts a spell, but that's not much in the way of making me feel better about this clip. He's up there, right? He's got the zap. They can fly. Okay. What else? We saw this at the tail end, right? This didn't get an official spell name, but we saw the tail end. What does this look like to you? Like a frost nova of some kind? Some kind of like protective ice shield? Right? We know that we know that panthers have been kind of wizard arch nemesis for a long time now, right? So a little AoE protection. Interesting. Interesting. I am struggling since there is no third, even smaller media moving even faster to keep me focused on the second media. Yes. My mistake, right? My mistake. It needs to be like a we need like a little bouncing gif, right? There's one spell, the Frost Merge spell from Sork, where you just kind of spray the frost in a short range in front of you, reducing action speed and move speed. You never see it, but it's there. Interesting. I want more stuff like that. Frost makes me think of rooting everything around you. I am indeed watching the top left corner. See? See? Right? You gotta know. You gotta know your audience. Right? Otherwise, you're just watching a man pan around a bunch of still images. We're evolving. I want to make sure that, you know, there's something for everyone. Including you, sweet fart. Right? My sweet little fart. A little pouch of catnip you can throw on the ground that distracts the panther for 2 seconds. Okay, and then the last one, potentially the most contentious one. Okay? Did this game need a polymorph? Ooh, did this game need a polymorph? Did this game need another animal form? At least it's not a druid, right? Do you think that the polymorph? Do you think that do you think there's going to be more than one animal form? Do you think the animals can't attack? It looks like the polymorph can pilot. Yes, they can pilot still, which is good. Do you think that there's more than one form, or is it just pigs? Do you think that the pigs can attack? Barb's got to deal with that. a little like, whoa, right? Like a whoa kind of thing, right? I hope it has 1,000% scaling with resourcefulness. So you make a build and you intentionally go in to get polymorphed by your squad mate wizard, right? Okay, well, this is it. Okay, this is the wizard. This is the wizard. You just nibble toes. You just look for truffles and then you get paid, right? War pig, right? How do we feel about this? How do we feel about these wizard things? Press F to ask your brother for some oats. I gotta be honest, okay? Some of these spell additions, they feel a bit recycled, right? Fly, BOC, teleport, even sleep is just kind of a bind, right? Like the frost, like there wasn't a lot of kind of exciting novelty here. A lot of this stuff is interesting as it may be, right? And as welcome as any kind of new thing for Wizard is. Like I was a bit kind of like, wait a second, right? I don't even play casters, and I can kind of see the line here. Is there enough class distinction on display, right? I'm not exactly sure what the guiding principle was for the difference between wizard and sorcerer, other than like wizard is, you know, has the ability to kind of unload and spell and spend your memory, where a sorcerer is more forced to kind of like, you know, kind of temporally move through their like roster of spells, right? I would have liked to see a group teleport. Interesting. You still have autonomy and bind. Sleep is a stun, essentially. I guess you can still swing, right? Proof? You can still swing. And crouch, maybe? Yeah, that's well said. Interesting point. It's just multi-classing with extra, although likely minimal dev time. Is wizard the square or rectangle? The rectangle. What is that? I should probably know what that means, but a rhombus, a parallelogram. The wizard is a parallelogram. Anyway, okay, right? Okay. Any guesses on perks? or anything else. Can you imagine anything else we didn't see here that might exist? They both go in the square hole. As you can see, the parallelogram, the rhombus goes in the square hole. All wizards are sorks, but not all sorks are wizards. Great. That's actually very smart. That's actually a very funny thing to say. Any guesses on perks? Any other spells or skills we didn't see? Who wants to venture a guess? Who wants to venture a guess? A battle mage perk so you can legit melee wizard. People have been wanting this for a long time, like a spell blade, right? The thing that wizard needed the most was more spells. Even if they are derivative, I'm glad to see them. Agree. Happy. There's more content. But I was, you know, we can, you know, a boy can dream, right? Fighter might get an anti-CC perk with all the CC coming in. Interesting. Breakthrough might prevent sleep. Interesting. I'm assuming the most broken things we saw on Wizard are going to be extremely limited compared to the Sork. Like 1 charge on Teleport, or 2, or like 1 charge on Polymorph and 2 on Blink? Something like that? Fighter will be receiving nerfs. Pray they do not nerf them further. Okay. We also see we saw some extra little bits and bobs for the Rogue and the Ranger, right? What do we see? We saw Wall Ride, and we saw 2 instances of this in the trailer, didn't we? Have they shown anything new for fighters? Yes, they have. We'll get there. Evocation ability? Oh, interesting. Interesting. I only see Rogue and Casters. We'll get there. We saw 2 instances of Wall Ride, okay? Unknown if the Rogue will be able to actually stick to the wall, right? In the one we saw from the Rogue's perspective, the Rogue climbed the wall and jumped off. But in the cinematic, there was this shot of what looked to be a Rogue just kind of like sitting on the wall and not moving. So I don't exactly know how the perk will work, but I do know that it is a perk, right? The Wall Ride is a perk and not a skill, which is interesting. Okay, compare that to Play Dead, which is a skill, right? It takes skill to know how to play dead well, right? Does he have a skateboard too? Cowabunga, dude. Right? Oh, man. A lot of these new things look fun and silly, and I kind of like it. I hope they can just stay there forever. Rogues might be too good at hiding otherwise. I hope they can't just... I would be very bad if the Rogue was able to just stick to the wall for a long time. Hopefully, if that's the case, if they do have some like ability to stay up there for a long time, hopefully they can do nothing else, right? They can't reload, they can't heal, right? Oh, interesting. Yeah. I hope they in fact have to stay there once they play dead. They can't move until they take damage. I would assume so. Maybe I would assume that's one of the benefits of transmutation, right? That you might be able to move around as a barrel, maybe. But when you're playing dead as a rogue, you're not moving, right? You're sat there. You're laying there. Okay? What else? The Ranger gets a familiar, right? It seems like you get a little friendly arrow, right? You can recruit a summon, basically, if you want. The test server for at least some of the things they're showing. Good call, Fart. 40 perks and skills seems a lot to balance on live servers. Very good call, right? That was part of what people paid for. It's part of what I paid for the Hold the Line edition, was as advertised, right? Access to the test server, the ability to help test and shape the game. Very good point. Group transmutation shenanigans in our future? Uh-huh. If you can ragdoll when you actively play dead, it's gonna be cool. If it's lay down animation, it is weak. I agree. I wonder how on earth the familiar's AI will work, given how stupid simple the rest of the mob AI is. We'll have to see. I'm imagining a barrel tripping over and rolling around through the dungeon like one of Chef Boyardee's commercials. If these summons continue, Fighter's gonna be able to summon the Squire on a cooldown. Right. He's just a frontline fodder, right? He has no offensive capability, right? He's just there to stuff the doorway. Oh man. Yeah, I think we're all on the same page, right? We're all on the same page. My thought on, will play dead be too obvious, okay? It requires a ragdoll, obviously. And we'll see. You would think if they had more than just kind of a sleep animation, then they might have shown it. But maybe this just makes it clear. I don't know. We'll have to see about that one. And I thought it was interesting that wall ride is a perk, because it's just too expensive otherwise, right? If double jump is also a perk, right? I think. If it was a skill, right? I'm taking a lot of power off the table for the rogues. Okay. What else? Just ragdoll downstairs. Just yeet yourself down the stairs to see how you land. Oh man. Okay, let's make a bet. Let's see. Let's do a poll. Engage your audience. Start a poll. Okay. Will Rogue Play Dead have a rag doll? Okay. Yes. Definitely. Of course not. I'm not even putting Bingus because I actually want to know what you think. I'm not even putting a Bingus. Hi, I'm Grandma Moss. Welcome to Jackass. Yeah, right. It would be funny. Jacques Draco, what's up? Hey, Red 5, what's up, man? I wish Rogue got the transmutation instead. Mimic Dust, right? Mimic Dust. Schneely Wheelie wishes that there was door mimics. I think it makes more sense on the Wiz, but like it would have way more utility on the Rogue, I guess. You know, I don't know. Can you transmutate allies? That's a good question. That's a very good question. Can you transmutate dead bodies? These are all good questions. A torch. Just like, finally, I get to... It's my dream. Guys, it's my dream. You see? I'm a torch. Look. I'm doing it. I can't wait to spell reflect a polymorph. Okay. 16 votes. Of course not, right? Of course not. When you're out of torches, you have to become one. It's gonna be the goofiest update yet. I think it makes sense for the skill to be used after running. Yes, because if you can just click play dead and someone sees... Do you think that they have to awkwardly like climb down? Like the next question for play dead is like, how quick is it? Because if it is in any way slow, right? If it's in any way slow, boy oh boy. Oh man, I think I've been awake for like maybe 21 hours. 20 hours. So, okay, it's gonna get sloppier and yawnier. I'm sorry, dudes. It's been a minute. Play dead like a stuntman or like a normal theater kid trying not to hurt their elbows. I think they get rid of hide and change all perks to apply to play dead and wall climb. You think so? That's a huge... Ooh, that's a huge take, right? Imagine. That would be kind of cool. Imagine. I would lose it if Blinn turned out a torch to hide it and you hear it go, ouch. Make all the rogue stealth a player skill thing. I'm fairly certain hide is going nowhere. Huh. That's a neat take. Get invis out of the game. No more invis land mining. Yeah, I doubt it. I mean, there's almost been no, like, there's been almost no greater unity in player sentiment than kind of like anti-full invis, right? And Paul did say, you know, in a couple of devcasts ago, do you think we'll ever see another devcast? He said that, like, that full invis, the you know, its role in the game might not be around forever, right? I'm 50-50 on the chance. I think it's no better than it's definitely 50-50 is like the max, right? I would probably put it at like 20% at this stage. It's a huge shakeup. It's a huge shakeup. But I mean, actually, you know what? Typical Iron Mace fashion, right? They would save it if they were gonna remove hide. They would do it mid fucking season, right? Like they do everything else. They save the biggest changes for mid-season, right? Because why would you do it at the time it makes the most sense? If they don't fully remove invis, they might heavily nerf it again by adding that shimmer. I was gonna ask a question that I thought I was interested in. Mecha Chameleon and paint yourself like the wall. Mid-tournament, yeah, right. Aye. Okay, cool. What else here? What else do we see? What else do we see? It's gonna be hard to gauge people around. Interesting. That's a good question. Probably not, right? Probably not. Probably not. I was gonna ask you guys a question about playing Rogue, maybe? Oh, guys. It's gonna get sloppy, dudes. It would be not good if it broke the first person, I think. Now, if they made it so that, like, that Whirlwind for Barb is still first person, I would be shocked. Is there any, other than Faustian, is there any ability in the game, in the live raid, when you're alive, for you to ever look not first person? Evil Eye. Ooh, very good call. Exactly. Evil Eye. Well, there is a precedent then, right? It's not outside, it's not unprecedented. We'll have to see. We'll have to keep it in mind. That's good. Good call. Okay. This guy. Dudes, we saw Fire Deep expansion, new modules and enemies. Do you think another layer? Or is it just like a bigger dungeon? Probably just a bigger dungeon. Still just 2 floors though, I think. Probably, right? Am I right? How does it work in Inferno? There's the Ghost King and there's the Demon Overseer in Inferno, and you can have 2 bosses on the map, right? Water map is kind of different because it's so much bigger, but you have Blade Hand and you got the Stingray. Just use your earballs. It's the Gobble Caves. This is underneath the Goblin Caves. Evil Eye is first person still. And another excellent point. Another excellent point. It is first person still. It would be weird if the Rogue went third person in the Play Dead. It'd be weird. Oh, it's in crits now. Was Warlord and Lich then in Inferno? Is that right? Warlord and Lich? I'm just trying to think, like, can they can is the only Inferno boss. So Warlord, Lich, Ghost King is kind of random chance? Guys, I'm so out of touch with this game. I'm just trying to think, you know, is there an example of another map that has kind of multiple kind of boss things, right? too many bosses. Like, is the Colossus in this like fire wyvern, fire dragon thing, gonna be on the same 5x5? Probably. In the basement, they could add something similar to Frost Wyvern. It already has 2 levels. It is fairly deep, isn't it? Okay, I have a question about the Fire Deep. Fire Deep, it didn't seem very populated last season. There doesn't seem to be a lot of people down there. Why? Why wasn't the Fire Deep like a place that was like busy? Was it because it was too inconvenient? Was the boss too hard? Or 3x3 and nothing to do? Or just not, like the ore not in demand, right? 3x3 and nothing to do. But there was a boss, right? There was, I guess other than the boss, there's nothing to do. Nothing good down there unless you beat the boss, and it was way too hard. I see. Because he would just do the thing where he would throw the freaking spread shot at you, right? Squire Urchins was locked to crypts. People go to Goblin Kings for PvP. Most people don't go down, even though the map is very good for loot. Also, Goblin Kings being the de facto PvP map doesn't bring the adventurers. Well said. I see. I imagine most people still playing there are for PvP, so why not just go Squire Royale to the ruins like everyone else? If you didn't want a boss, what else is there? I guess, I don't know. Quest items, I guess, right? Or that nobody cares about, really? Was the obsidian, what was the native thing? Was it projectile damage resistance? Was that the kind of baked in bonus stat for the obsidian? GC is the premier PvP map in High Roller. Most expensive ore in the game. Obsidian is now armor pen. That's good. Right? And cobalt then is projectile damage resistance? What is, yeah, exactly. I'm curious then. I assume copper is still move speed? Cobalt is projectile resistance. I don't mind that. I don't hate that. Right? I don't hate that. Okay, let's take a look at some other goodies. Right? What else do we see? When we pour over the trailer video, we saw this. This was cool. I thought this was spell reflect at first, and I kind of brushed it off. But upon further reflection, it appears to be a crystal shield, right? See-through heater. Now, I think, correct me if I'm wrong, was this not like a crowd-sourced idea? Was this not like someone had an idea for a minor artifact? Because I remember Iron Mace like asked people to like submit competition winner. How cool is that, right? Yeah, it was from the competition. It's a minor artifact from the competition. That's so cool. Wet t-shirt contest heater shield. Thank you, Marty. I mean, bravo, right? Bravo. Minor artifact heater. Love to see that. It's gonna be it's a hot ticket, right? I just got home. How's it going? Where I'm getting. We're getting there, guys. It seems like there's also the Invis cloak later in the trailer. Also a minor artifact. Ooh, maybe we'll have a look at that. Maybe we'll see what that is. Let's keep going. Right? Potentially a named Pavis? Potentially? Do we see this brave man, right? You know, kind of just using a Pavis? What do we think? What do we think? What could the named Pavis do? I think the Pavis is also a minor artifact. Oh. I mean, it's good. I mean, it's good looking. Congratulations, brother. Also a minor artifact. Interesting. Definitely an artifact. Looks similar to the unique ones. The knockdown effect negation. Can't wait to never be lucky or wealthy enough to use the new artifacts. What could this do? What could this do? What could this do that a regular Pavis can't do? I'm curious. Lyrebird, your time has come, buddy. Now, that was the original Iron Mace, right? It's like, was it Jay in Repose, right? They got a unique Pavis. It was like early days of Jay streaming, right? So now there actually finally is a named Pavis, maybe? Inflicts holy damage upon contact would be cool. Or maybe like you slam it down for some AoE or something. Maybe it gives you immovable, unable to be knocked back. This Pavis will be worth money as opposed to others. Maybe immune to AoE damage from fireball, for example. Interesting. Interesting. Maybe it has some offensive capability, right? Surprise, surprise. Who knows? Okay, for the long shot, who can imagine the name? Who wants to go on the record and spitball a name for the named Pavis? It transforms into a house that you can sleep in. Lucky, right? Dang, this place is nice, right? 10-foot ceilings in a Pavis, right? Paul Wall, the board, the Great Wall, the Gilded Goulash, Great Bulwark. Interesting, interesting. The Shovener, Hi Landry, Bastion. Ooh, I like that. Who wants to just put it out there? Deploys into a charcuterie board that you and your teammates can use to heal 1 HP per 15 minutes. It's a smorgasbord, right? A veritable smorgasbord. Raconteur's Retreat, First Bastion. Ooh, that's a nice one, Fart. That's a nice one. I guess we're kind of just building on Bastion there. First Bastion. Great bulwark, I like, right? Murus. Murus? Murus. The Smorgasbord is a great name. The dining table. Yeah. Okay. Just see if anyone. I just wanted to see if anyone could snipe it, right? Because who knows? Because who knows? Latin for wall. Lots of Latin influence. Oh, interesting. Murus. Crested Crenellation. Curious about your thoughts on Dungeonborn since you are a Dark and Dark player. We talked about Dungeonborn for like a good 20 minutes at the beginning of the stream. If you're curious on my thoughts on Dungeon Betwixt, you can watch the first 20 minutes of this broadcast. No clip the shield that actually works. I missed it. Sorry. No worries, dude. No worries. No worries. Roger that. Cool. It is coming back. I mean, kind of by a different name, right? By a different name. I was surprised. We talked about it for a lot longer than I expected. And then I felt bad because I had prepared a whole yap session about video games, right? And then I spent the intro talking about video games. And the analogy was, it's as if I prepared a lovely stew for dinner, but then I served an alternate smaller stew as an appetizer. And I thought, you know, will people be tolerant of back-to-back stew? But it was okay. Maybe the minor artifact Pavis can't be broken down when deployed. Interesting, interesting. 5% larger and nothing else. Well, if it's a minor artifact, we can't expect it to be, you know, we can't expect a crazy amount of power, right? We went to Olive Garden and ate too many breadsticks. Imagine. Okay, what else do we see? What else? We saw a named Bardiche, it looked like, right? Quite opulent. Quite fancy. A named Bardiche. And then what do we see here? We see a rogue blocking with its fists. And it looks to me like an air blast, like a crescent, right? Isn't this raptor? Oh? Maybe you heal a bit each time you're... Oh, that's interesting. Maybe it automatically shield slams every time the user crouches. Interesting. Yeah. And now is it the water? Is it the trident or it's the maul? The named maul. The Leviathan is the trident. There's one weapon that throws like water crescents, right? Water crescents. So I saw this and that kind of reminded me of, you know, a similar mechanic. The Abyssal Trident is the one that throws the crescent. The Bardiche looks, it does look nice, doesn't it? It does. So you can see it's kind of, it's air themed, right? Air themed. And you get this air crescent. Very powerful, right? Very powerful. But not sure if Bardiche bards really need a better Bardiche. I know. Barbs, I know. I know. I know. Huh. Uh-huh. So we'll see. What else do we see? I thought this was interesting. Now, somebody said maybe we saw a legendary cloak, but could this be, or sorry, a named cloak? Could this be a named Rondell? I thought, since it kind of was at the end, right? And they're kind of showing a named Bardiche here. Could this be a named Rondell? What do you think? What do you think? Does this Rondell just instantly kill you the moment it touches your skin or something? Who knows, right? Obsidian Rondell. Right? I don't know. You would think if it was named, there'd be something, maybe it would have a little extra. Something, you know? An ice dagger that inflicts the same debuff as most frost skeletons do. Interesting. That's showing a name. It's actually showing a named hat on the bard. You think so? This is fucking like The minor artifact cloak was supposed to make you invis when you hit 25% HP. It was the winner with the see-through heater shield. Oh, that's very nice proof. Very nice. Landronator's butter knife. I see. I see. Okay. Okay. The bard is using the secret lantern shield artifact Kuma's Clang. Uh-huh. The last thing this game needs is more invis. It's true. Ghost King Shiv would be dope. Ghost King Shiv. Yeah. Anyway, okay. Right? We picked it apart. I mean, this has got to be one of the coolest looking things the game has ever introduced, right? The crystal heater shield. That's like a free good idea. That's like, they're lucky. I have a certain feeling about like design competitions because you're basically just getting like ideas for free. You know what I mean? But in this case, it really worked out. Oh yeah, sure. Okay. Hopes and fears, guys. Hopes and fears for our friend Dark and Darker. Again, I'm going to start with the fear, okay? And then I'm going to move into the hope. I'm going to be negative first, and then I'm going to be positive. If you're the kind of person who doesn't want to hear negative thoughts about Dark and Darker, maybe just like step away from the stream for like 10 minutes. Just give me 10 minutes to talk about the things that I'm fearful of, and then come back and we'll finish on a positive note. But I am going to be negative for a little bit here because looking through some of these things, as interesting and exciting as some of these things are and were, right? I still do have some fears. I still have some fears. Let's get negative, baby. Nice. Fear SDF, Hope Paul. Kind of. Let's talk about it. Okay. Number one fear. Despite all these things, right? The reason I stopped kind of caring about this game a while ago is because that solo, I'm afraid that solo will remain or become more unfun for humble melee, right? One of my biggest problems, personal problem, Joey Calabrese, thank you very much. Oh man, what a time to join. If you don't want to hear the negative thoughts, right? You just step away for 10 minutes, but thank you very much, Joey. One of my biggest problems, one of my biggest hang-ups, my biggest shortcomings, my character flaw with this game is I never learned to play another class. I never pushed myself beyond humble melee, and I did myself a disservice. Had I put in the work, put in the time to learn to play Ranger, to learn to play Sork, to learn to play, I don't know, some other class that wasn't like humble melee, my enjoyment of the game, my ability to kind of like suffer the questionable changes, you know, would have been stronger if I could have hopped between a couple of different playstyles. But for me, I made the mistake of kind of going all in on fighter melee, and I stuck with that playstyle through everything. And that's not... This game it's so much beyond a melee game, right? And this game is so much beyond a solo game that playing solo humble melee is kind of like a perpetual recipe for disappointment, right? So my fear is that with a bunch of new mobility, right? A bunch of new mobility, a bunch of new flying mobility, that playing just kind of like humble fighter melee is going to remain unfun and unenjoyable for me, right? Yeah, Shield Fighter is just virtually unplayable, so I'm hoping we get a couple of perks to make them more fun. SR is a blast, yes, I agree. I always spend too much time with Fighter only. I also played Ranger a bit, so I could at least switch to Ranger if I wanted. But still, Fighter main was always being an underdog somehow. Yeah, and there's a few factors we've talked about it ad nauseum here on the channel. But that is my number one fear, is that I love to play solo, I love to play fighter melee, and for 2 solid years, right? The game has become is less and less and less about solo melee viability. Okay, what, a new Pavise is not enough? Iron Mace, right? Okay, what else? I think despite all of these things, right? Despite all the improvements, the changes, what do we see here even? Right? In the Wizard's Sleep kind of like debut, it's still a guy going for the door, okay? It's still, so much of the game is still based around this friggin' thing, right? And I have a fear. I'm afraid that the game is still going to be dominated by door combat. That doors are going to remain central to fights and to disengaging, right? And it's just part of the game, and it always seems to kind of come back to that, regardless of like what new bells and whistles that classes get. It's still like, can you make it to the door? Can you close the door? And every time that door closes, right, it's like I see it in the faces of all these streamers, right? The streamers that like have way more time than like you're supposed to have in this game, and every shut door is just like another, like, you know, like you can feel it, and that's a concern. That's a concern. That now that I've tasted, I've been reminded that games don't have to have doors in the combat, right? What is my tolerance for that going to be when I start to explore Season 10? I'm not sure, okay? I'm also afraid, I'm concerned that existing maps and modules are not going to have dynamic mob spawns, that the existing maps and modules with the same enemy spawns that there's always been, it's completely rote. It's completely mechanical. It's learned. It's solved. It's just the same thing, right? Dad threatened it, like it showed us for a minute there that there was fog of war and randomized modules, and for some reason there was just kind of like a reversion of that. And I thought like, oh man, fog of war, random modules, the last thing that they needed in this amazing trifecta to make the game like a kind of a perpetually interesting kind of dungeon crawler game would have been randomized mob spawns, right? You have random mobs in random modules with fog of war, and that would have been just like, right? It would have been so good. And I don't think that they're anywhere close to this. I don't think they care. I don't think they think it's an issue. And I can tell you, like, if I load into GC and it's the same friggin' 2 goblins in the same friggin' module layout with the same friggin' doors, right? it's just like the perks and spells and abilities are great, and it's great to have that kind of content. But that's just kind of one facet of this game. And if other facets are the same kind of static, fixed thing that they've always been, then, you know, the shiny new facets, they kind of, I don't know, they maybe lose their luster for me faster than I expect, kind of thing. What else? That the quests are chores, right? We're spoiled. Now that we've had exposure to another team that is taking quests much more seriously, right? To go back and boot up another season 10 of Dark and Darker Early Access, and it's like, find me a leather cap, and find me a crystal ball, and, you know, and, right? Go to the barracks and escape, kind of thing. I know it's not that different than, like, Hunger's quests aren't novel per se, but there is at least an artistry to the story. Beyond the novelty, you can never compete with novelty, right? Hunger, in terms of the novelty of the quests, Mistfall Hunter, in terms of the novelty of the quests, you can't compete with novelty. As the old shoe, as the old hat, you can't. And so I'm not judging it based on that. But on the merits of the artistry of the quests, and the relevance of the quests, and the lore that supposedly underpins the world, right? Dad doesn't have lore. Like, the amount of lore that Dark and Darker has is the same amount of lore that, like, the White Buffalo slot machine has, right? You go to the casino and you sit down at the Cleopatra slot machine, right? And there's lore there, right? There's some lore to the Cleopatra, Poseidon, White Buffalo slot machine, okay? That's the same amount of depth you have in Dark and Darker, right? After playing Nakwan, Mistfall, Hunger, Dad, nothing will ever have me excited for quests. They all suck. I mean, I disagree with this, right? I think that some can suck more than others, right? Some can have zero artistry. I saw a Stargate pinball machine once. Take my money. I saw like a Plants vs. Zombies one. It was very modern. Plants vs. Zombies. I thought that was kind of strange. I think you have a point, Proof, that all quests are chores, but some quests can be more of a story and less of a chore. And I feel like for Dad, right? The quests for me personally are like 98% chore. And so that doesn't feel good. And then what else? The last thing in this block of my fears, right? Of the things that, like, I'm worried about that I'm just going to kind of, like, you know, be reminded of immediately, is that for Dark and Darker, solo self-found, assuming they do another round of solo self-found, ultimately just gives way to a version of the game that I don't like as much, right? I live for solo self-found. I love solo self-found. I think that the class balance is better. I think that the organic nature of the kits is better. I think that people are motivated to open boxes and just kind of cobble together a bunch of different things. And then that eventually gives way to just a gold and market optimization game, where the game is not about opening boxes and, you know, seeing what kind of kits you can build and, like, playing the game on the merits. It's more about just making money in the best possible way, and then, you know, and then relying on money to buy kits. And, you know, it's just, different people play the game for different reasons, but for me personally, I'm not attracted to the market game. And so, like, once that clicks over, like, a huge part of, like, the excited air just gets let out of my bag, right? Like, immediately. Marketplace needs to be nerfed hard. And so that's not going to change, right? That's not going to change, I don't feel like. And so that's part of the fears. I also see, I used to love the market. Uh-oh. And I mean, the market as me too, right? I'll say it. I put out videos on, like, I love trading. I love the idea of, like, of making profit. I like data. I like tracking price movement. I like the psychology of the trading post. I like the psychology of, like, pricing. I like the rush of seeing something on the main page come up that you know is cheaper than it should be, and you scoop it up, right? It was fun. It's fun. It's a fun part of the game, but I think it destroys the dungeon crawling aspect. It's completely at odds with the exploration, dungeon crawling, like, original foundation of the gameplay. You know what I mean? I also think that class power creep. Boss grinders 1. I see. Yeah, it's true. But you can grind bosses and like make your own kits in solo self-found. Yeah, and I have nothing against that, right? Like, if you want to grind bosses and just get the best kits for solo self-found, then power to you. You know? Behind a little bit. No worries. Let's do... YouTube is so fussy. You know what I mean? YouTube's so fussy. Class power creep. Mobility and control. Okay? If we're talking about fears, I feel like we've seen more class power creep in the trailer for Season 10. We've seen more mobility and more control. And that, to me, again underscores that there's going to be fewer melee fights. I play this game in a dumb way, right? I'm a dummy. I'm a big dummy who wants to play humble melee, right? And this game has definitely been, you know, subject to a kind of like an arena-based power creep, a kind of just general power creep that favors mobility, that favors control, and that means that the more of that there is in the game, the fewer just kind of melee fights there are. And like, I was already kind of like living on the fumes of like the few really good melee fights you'd get in a play session, right? Thinking that there might be less of that and more kind of frustrating melee versus caster control magic makes me fearful, right? Is not motivating, makes me fearful. The last thing I'll say in this block is that there, in addition to all these things, right? The issues with the solo, the persistence of doors, the static rote nature of the maps and modules and mob spawns, the dry, flat, artless quests, the solo self-found experience that kind of precipitates into the market experience, the class power creep, the mobility control. There's also a backdrop of legacy quality of life frustrations, like things that are just like, you know, they're maybe are too minor to have their own point, but it's like still like a collection of 1,000 cuts, right? Plus, every season that goes on, they try to reward players for doing things. I feel like there's just more annoying UI clutter. Like, there's more banners and borders and artwork, and there's just more bits and bobs everywhere, right? The space is feeling more cluttered, is feeling less cohesive from a visual design standpoint. There's more decoration, and that looks worse in my opinion. So those things, again, like, don't motivate me to like, don't want to spend time in the menus, or just, you know, the lack of door mimics and fall damage. We each have our own thing, right? We each have our own thing. They did say they were going to be, and there have been a lot of really great quality of life changes. There have been. But my concern personally is, you know, I do have a list of existing legacy frustrations with the game. Those are hard to kind of name and identify individually, but they are there. And the last thing I'll say is I started to do, I felt like I dodged a bullet. My hardware, I've got a 3080 Ti. You know, my system is not old, is not new, and a 3080 Ti is not a fantastic card, but it's not a bad card. I never had problems really with like frame drops and performance issues until the last couple of seasons. And then, like, it used to be that I would see people make posts on Reddit that would talk about certain conditions would make them lose frames. And I always felt bad for those people because it's like, oh, that must suck. But I never experienced it personally, right? I would get like the player ESP lag. I would experience the server desync, right? But I wouldn't get a lot of like CPU like frame drops kind of thing until the last couple of seasons. And I don't know what's changed, but like there are situations where, man, like my system didn't used to struggle, and now it does for some reason, and that doesn't make fights feel better. You know, that's like another thing to get over, another thing to power through for the game, and that doesn't feel great. How am I hopeful? And there are ways. Let's talk about on the positive side, because there are things I'm hopeful for that deserve to be called out, okay? One thing is all these new abilities, right, usher in a new time for new builds and new combat strategies, right? Whenever there's a new set, a new suite of abilities, of spells, of perks, of items in the game, that comes with it a whole host of new builds and build strategies. And that is like kind of what this game is all about, right? Like people love to think about their kits and their build and their class and how to pilot those things. And so anytime there is a shot in the arm of novelty for new abilities, right? People just, take it and run. And that's always awesome to see what people do, how builds change, how classes change, given that there are new builds and new build strategies available. Love that. Very helpful. I think that, map expansions to the Fire Deep, right? Anytime there's kind of new modules in the game, or there's additions to maps, expansions to maps, it does reignite a sense of the unknown, right? It makes the game feel like a dungeon crawl adventure, and I'm so fond of that aspect of the game. I'm so fond of that experience that I love it when, even if it is just like an expansion of something, an expansion of a map, you enter a module that you have never seen before, and that feels cool, right? And that's a really great part of the game. And if the expansion to the Fire Deep encourages more people to go down to a level that they don't have a lot of experience with, well, there's a whole new map, right? That is there to be explored. And I think that some of my favorite times with Dark and Darker, definitely my favorite times with Dark and Darker were like learning Inferno, where like pushing myself like to learn the nooks and crannies of crypts, pushing myself to like get comfortable with Inferno, learn Inferno, and then the sense of satisfaction and accomplishment you get from being able to navigate that space, even though it is very difficult and very threatening, right? Why are we adding so many new mobs and maps when the old stuff not worky? Your hopium is laced with things that I'm allergic to. I appreciate this yap so much. I haven't really thinking about Dad very much. I haven't either. And I watched the trailer, and then I was like, okay, let's challenge myself to like, be honest about the things that I'm concerned about, and be honest about the things that I think that are positive, right? And could be good. That could be good. What else? I think that players continue to enjoy casual game modes, right? We didn't really fully appreciate this until Squire Royale hit its stride, in the past half year, right? The past like 4 or 5 months. But I think Dark and Darker works best as kind of like a Battle Royale plus, right? As a BR plus. There's too much jank in this game. There's too much imbalance in this game to take it seriously. If you try to take this game seriously and you die to some rank bullshit that has been around for 3 years, right? It sucks and it's frustrating. And the key to getting over that is to just not give a shit about the game, because the game sucks in a lot of ways. So the game becomes a lot more fun when you just play it casually. And Squire Royale, with like its minimal cost and its maximum reward, like it's the perfect foundation for fun in this game, because it doesn't cost you anything. The reward is there. You can experiment, you can fuck around, you can play poorly, you can meme, you can take it seriously. Like, it doesn't matter if you die. It can be frustrating, but it's never gonna be that frustrating because, like, you didn't dump a bunch of hours into your kit, whatever. It's always been weird to me that HR Sweats want this game to be a 1v1 duel, but they also avoid or talk negatively about games like MISTFALL. Hot take, maybe it's because the combat in Mistfall is actually more skilled, right? And the combat in Dark and Darker is way more just like, are you the right class against the wrong class, right? Like, the combat in Dark and Darker and time to kill in Dark and Darker and the stat check nature of it and the rock, paper, scissors nature, like the hard counter matchup nature of Dark and Darker, it appeals to players that have a kind of power fantasy, right? That don't actually want to be challenged in PvP, really. They want to auto win and take the loot of other people with minimum friction. And they're willing to tolerate the risk of a bad matchup to experience the convenience of a powerful matchup so that they can have the game tell them that they've won and they can take stuff and walk out the door, basically. And for a game like Mistfall that I think actually has real depth to the combat, to the melee combat, or to the combat system, and really challenges you to think ahead, to plan ahead, to have contingencies, to anticipate your opponent, and then to be more manually dexterous than your opponent. Like, that's a challenge. That's a hard thing to do. Like, it requires, not only build craft and the stats, right? But also execution in a way, in strategy, in a way that is deeper than Dark and Darker. Dark and Darker is just, it's a weird, shitty lottery. And if you happen to have the right build and you're running the right stuff and you meet your perfect matchup, then you're going to crush that person. And that feels great. And you can, oh, I did a good, I beat that man. I'm such a good player because I beat that man. Now I get all of his things, and you just keep hitting that slot machine in the hopes that you get a powerful matchup so that you can, you can roll forward. And you might get a bad beat, right? You might get a bad matchup, but that cost is a small price to pay for the feeling of totally dominating somebody else when you have the power matchup. And the kind of person, the kind of gamer that is attracted to that is attracted to kind of like a bully power fantasy. They actually don't want like a chess game where it's more fair, right? They want to have the ability to invest the time to get the turbo bis so they have maximum advantage. So they don't need to outplay their opponents per se, but they still get the high stakes, like the reward of, the loot when they beat the player with the poor matchup. I think you're discrediting Dark and Darker PvP a lot. Sometimes it's a bad matchup loss and you lose hard, but this is also the type of game where every class has a way to clearly win. I disagree. I think if you're playing a Smite cleric, like there are certain classes you run up against, right? Where you just, I've heard you say fart. Like you have no chance to win in certain matchups. You have no chance to win. This is the type of game where every class has a way to clearly win. I don't think so. And I think that you yourself have said differently in the past. Best times in Dad for me were when I was a shield fighter, met another fighter. They sometimes even allowed me to heal up after defeating mobs. I wanted real duels. Best times for sure. Yeah. I think that, of course, counterplay exists, right? And of course there's ways to outplay your opponent, right? I'm not trying to talk that down, but I think that the power imbalance in Dark and Darker vastly outweighs the ability to stat check in this game or class check in this game vastly outweighs the ability to skill check in this game. And other games like Mistfall have a different PvP mechanical foundation that is more about skillful piloting of the character and not so much about even the time to kill in Mistfall is a lot longer, and the natural escapes that all players have and the horn abilities that all players have, like the time to kill is a lot longer, and you have to play better for longer in Mistfall to actually beat your opponent. And you as the losing player can be taken to the brink, and you can be one shot, and if you play perfectly, you can completely reverse that fortune and fight your way out of a massive deficiency and win the fight. And I feel like the ability for that kind of turnaround in Dark and Darker is very rare and requires like a certain kind of class matchup even to enable that. So, yeah, I didn't mean to get off on that tangent, but it goes back to what I mean about by this, that I think that Dark and Darker is better as a casual battle royale plus. There's too much jank, there's too much imbalance to take the game seriously. People have more fun. It's a more enjoyable game for me personally when it's less serious. And the Squire to Riches mode, the casual game modes in this game are fun. And I hope that more people discover those modes, basically. All of these things are cool, but I have to put much more focus on the adventure aspect of the game. A more linear progression, story-based dungeon where you can work together with other squads. They should have put more. I agree. I know what you mean. I feel that Ark is also more casual, but at least that game was designed that way. Yes. Yes. I'm not going to take the bait and dissect ways that Ark could be better. I think the biggest problem with Dark and Darker matchups is the ability to get guaranteed damage. If they remove all sources of guaranteed damage, class imbalance would be much better and more fun. I think I know what you mean. Guaranteed damage. Yeah. I mean, it's never going to happen. It's completely baked into the game at this point. True damage. I just want Warlock update. It's probably coming next season, right? It'll be Bard and Warlock. Like Swork's Lightning Storm, Judgment, Fireball Splash are just unavoidable, unblockable. Like Locust Swarm. Does Ranger have any AoE? Yeah, I know what you mean. It's never gonna change though. It's never gonna change. Okay, I also think that they can, not to say that they will, but I think that they can continue to make improvements to server performance, to netcode, and to like local system resource performance, right? They can make the game perform better, and maybe as they slowly continue to disentangle some of the spaghetti code that governs the game, that both network performance and local machine resource management can improve, which will improve the quality of the gaming experience for people. And I think similarly, the quests and crafting, the quest text, the role of quests, and the crafting process, like these things can be refined. Like these are not insurmountable things. And so I'm hopeful that these improvements can be made to further enrich the experience. I think lastly, I'll say that the final form of this game is finally coming into view, right? We've lived through 10, going on 10 early access seasons, right? 120 hotfixes plus. And finally, the final form of this game and its class identity and its class abilities is finally coming into view. And I think that after season 10, right, the next will be Bard and Warlock in season 11. And then who knows what happens in season 12. And that's kind of like 6 months away. I don't think it's unlikely that reaching 1.0 in the next 12 months is outside of the realm of possibility. Reaching 1.0 in the next year or so, maybe by the beginning of next summer, would be a huge milestone for the team, right? 2 hands, good evening again. And that'd be huge, right? That would be like a, you know, a big relief, a big release, a big accomplishment, an achievement, right, for the team to finally bring this game to 1.0. These few wipes have been the most exciting and interesting by far. Yes, by far. Hunger, Hopes, and Fears has already happened. Yes. You have to dial back the VOD before my sandwich. And I want to see that. Like, I want to, you know, I still am invested in, if anything, the kind of like the progress of the game. And I would love to see this game, you know, for my own curiosity, what does this game look like at 1.0? And I think there's a chance that they get there within the next 12 months. Cleric and Wizard is Season 10, Bard and Warlock Season 11, and then, I don't know, another class or two, and then maybe they just like, Terrence seems to be, he's got an exit mindset, right? Terrence knows that if they want to move on with their life, they have to get this game to 1.0, and they're closer now than they ever have been, so that's cool, right? Godspeed to them in that regard. I feel like no matter what, ultimately, new players won't have the same negative biases, the same shitty baggage as players scorned do, as us salty vets, as people that have fallen in love and out of love with this game, right? We're kind of like, I am basically irreconcilable, right? I cannot be fully vindicated here or satisfied. I remember too much. I am too scorned, right? I'm kind of like a lost cause. Players like me that have like experienced the depths of frustration, have given up on the game, will never truly come back and like main the game again, I don't think, right? I think that people like me will play the game intermittently, but newer players don't have these biases and don't have the baggage. And as the game finally matures and approaches 1.0, as these new players discover the game, there's a whole horizon of greenfield, right? Thousands of hours of interest, and that makes me feel good to think that there's entire populations of people that have never played this game, and when they discover it, they're gonna fall in love just like we all did. And that's awesome. That gives me a lot of hope, because I know how much fun I've had with this game despite all the frustrations. And if going forward, a lot of the things that frustrated me and other players like me have either been kind of phased out of the game or addressed or whatever, that means that new players coming in are gonna have a great time. And that's very hopeful. It's very positive. I can see them staying early access for another couple of years, to be honest. Class masteries will be the big change. I wonder. I mean, I think I saw Terrence. I saw how eager Terrence was to kind of like keep the game's ambitions reined in, right? It's not about experimentation, it's about execution. It's about getting to 1.0. Terrence is a business guy. You know, Terrence has already given 5 years of his life to this thing. You know, the leadership is ready to move on, I think. And the leadership now has iterated their structure such that the game visionary for Dark and Darker is making another game entirely, right? I think the game is not going to iterate, is not going to change radically anymore, and that's a good thing. And I don't know how much else needs to be done, to be honest, after they do a last round of kind of class touch-ups and another big content push, maybe, for the remaining levels of some of these maps. But I can definitely, I think they think, and rightly so, that if they can get to 1.0, right, it's another potential payday. They're motivated by business outcomes that we can't fully understand. And for that reason, I can see them kind of like, now that they're close, you know, buckling down and just you know, being locked in on that goal and getting there as quickly as possible. I think. Hooray! That's dead. One more to go. People, I'm excited. Like I said, I'm excited about MISTFALL because I didn't think I was gonna fall in love as hard with the combat in this game, but now that I've learned more about it, I can feel how rich and dynamic it is, for the kind of like combat that I like, MISTFALL actually does a really, really good job of mixing kind of a full loot, high tension PvP with like action RPG, iframe, Souls-like. There's a really good combination that I did not expect to enjoy so much, or to be good at, to be honest. I'm always so laser focused on game design, I often forget about the problems with dev teams, good or bad. One of the most promising things about Hunger seems to be the dev environment. What do you mean? The dev environment? Like their culture, their priorities, the financial pillow they're sitting on. Yeah. Yes. Not pressured to put content out right now. Not pressured to quickly monetize a bunch of cosmetics. Yeah. It is a huge privilege and advantage. I'm curious whether you think MISTFALL is going to suffer the same problem you pointed out in your Legacy Eldegard postmortem, where the miss of full PvP and Stunlock is too frustrating. The mix. This is a great question, and I'm going to talk about that in the hopes and fears. I will say, I'll give a little spoiler. Legacy did a bad job of, one, giving players the tools to escape Stunlock, and two, communicating how players could get themselves out of that situation. So MISTFALL, I think, is doing two things right, maybe plus. There's other things too that I think will prevent them from sharing the same fate as the combat in Legacy. But you're absolutely right, and I appreciate the callback. Tower number 9. Legacy did a bad job of letting PvP be dominated by hard CC, Stunlock interrupts in the combat, and didn't give players enough tools to deal with that adequately, and didn't educate players on some ways to get out of those situations. So those players who put in the time and learned how to deal with the situations had a huge leg up. And other casual players that just didn't have the right combination of observation or tutelage, right, were subject to the CC abilities, the crazy combos, the stun locks of other players, and that was incredibly frustrating. We'll get there, though. I do think MISTFALL better communicates the special escape mechanic after 2 hits, but doesn't strike me as so different from dodging out of a combo in Legacy. I think that yes. So they do a much better job of building in the escape mechanic and communicating that. It's still, a lot of players don't know about it, which is really sad and frustrating, because despite all the great signage and all the great tutorials that exist, right? Like some players just don't do their homework, right? Or they don't look that deeply, which is frustrating. But also, the escape mechanic is a free mechanic. You get hit twice, you can escape for free. It doesn't count towards your dodge charges. It doesn't cost you anything, it's a free escape. And in Legacy, the escape still costs you stamina, if I recall correctly. So you were still punished for trying to make an escape. And that's a big difference in MISTFALL. It's a big difference in MISTFALL. You could stam out and sort of be doomed, yes. And they were okay with that, right? Or they thought that was kind of like a get good situation. And unfortunately, the amount of time required to get good was more so than the average player had to stick around. Let's read. Let's see what's up. So after the free open beta, I'm going to say the free open beta was way more popular than I thought. There was a lot of interest in this game in June, and I think the aesthetic of the game is very important. I think that Legacy kind of missed out on the aesthetic. I agree. Yeah, I know that I didn't have a problem with it per se, maybe in my heart of hearts, I knew it didn't look that great, but it didn't offend me. Some people, though, certainly were kind of like, they thought it looked dumb. And in a lot of ways it did, right? In a lot of ways it did look dumb. But at least, maybe as like a creative person myself, like Notorious Studios, at least they like had a vision. They authored the aesthetic. Like they built it from the ground up. And so even if parts of it looked dumb, I still respected it because it was their vision. They made it, you know, and they went through the time and expense to produce that aesthetic. You know what I mean? MISTFALL has the luxury of making mistakes, of experimenting right now. The game hasn't even entered early access yet. They're just getting started. Well, they are approaching their launch though, right? They've kind of taken a different path. They haven't done an extended early access. They are approaching, they've done enough tests, but they're confident, right? And it's gonna launch at the end of this month. MISTFALL has an aesthetic of polished, gritty Eastern MMO and looks pretty nice. Yes. I still remember the cylinder carrots. Yes. Is it a coincidence that Blinn's two current favorite games both have two busty redhead vendors? I think not. Stop it, you guys. Stop it. MISTFALL, to my surprise, right? It didn't really hit kind of like a critical mass in previous tests. Like last summer, it was like maybe last September, I think. Almost a year ago, right? Was one of the last like one of the beta tests that they had. So an open beta, I was shocked at the number of people that were interested. Hey, who told you? I liked Legacy's aesthetic more than MISTFALL's. I think Dark Fantasy has become pretty overdone these days, and Legacy was more of a lush and pretty, but MISTFALL has better overall graphics and polish. Yes. Nothing wrong with that, says DK. Okay. Thank you for your stamp of approval, sir. I appreciate that. I didn't know it was going to be a full release. Geez, I think so. It's a 1.0, right? They're not doing early access. It's just 1.0, right? And they're going to iterate it still. I don't think so, at least. I'm pretty sure. It's so hard to keep all these things straight, but I'm pretty sure it's just like it's launching, right? Which is cool. MISTFALL gains the benefit of being on consoles as well. I appreciate a full release so much. Everything these days is early access. I agree. Okay, what I'm trying to say, I'm trying to get this out. I'm trying to say, I did not expect the number of people that became interested in this game. And actually, the number of like the viewership and the follows and the channel support from this game knocked my socks off. Like, it has been a long time since there was like this much interest in a thing. Solus! Speaking of, right? Speaking of people that are newish to this community, welcome in, buddy. Welcome in. I appreciate the support, man. A self promotion to executive status. Hey, what's up? They put harpies in the game and the player count goes up. MISTFALL will be my game of the year. The PvP feels satisfying and crisp at times. And the devs seem to know how they want to build their game. Very good call. Very good point. Oh, I should change the thing. Speaking of, give me one moment here. Flip back to this. Oh, we can turn off the we can turn off the PNG tuber. 1 second. Turn that guy off. I was eating earlier and I didn't want to chew on stream. Let me just put up. I gotta change the name of the game on my what do you call it? Thingy doodle. So people know we're talking about MISTFALL, because there's people who are a huge fan of this game, including myself. I did not expect to fall in love so deeply with the game, because I do kind of have reservations about some of the gameplay aspects, about some of the aesthetic, if I'm being honest. Like, there were, it's kind of like, imagine you're dating someone and you're not totally smitten by them aesthetically, right? Like, they're not 10 out of 10 for your like personal aesthetic. Hey, Fart got his mom's credit card. I appreciate that, Fart. Thanks, Fart's mom. But the more time you spend with this person, right? I really appreciate the support, buddy. Thank you very much. the more you realize that you have like a deeper compatibility that kind of goes beyond aesthetics, right? So it's okay like it's okay to partner with somebody that like you're not totally in love with aesthetically, because aesthetics is just like a small part of like what makes a good partnership, right? And it's really about your rapport and your sense of humor and how it feels to be together and your level of comfort and all these things, right? Not to belabor the metaphor, okay? But for Mistfall, there was certain aspects, like it feels a little too opulent in a way. It's a little too decorative Chinesey for my taste, personally. And that's just me, okay? And for that kind of kept things a little bit at bay for me. And there was a little bit of clunkiness in some of the PvP. Like it was a little bit slower than I was kind of expecting. And with a little more time, the aesthetic concern faded away. That didn't bother me as much. And I got calibrated to the timing, to the style of combat. And when that happened, I realized, hey, I'm thinking about this game all the time. I was more motivated than I had been for a long time for Dark and Darker to kind of get in the weeds of the melee. I was making flowcharts for my combat and my progress, like the amount of success I enjoyed in PvP, just even over the course of a week of practicing, I got better and better and better and better to the point where you can see, like I'm full on fighting people completely undergeared, right? I'm putting myself at like material disadvantages and still coming out on top. And when you can do that in a game, when you can intentionally nerf your power, your gear power or your character power, and still play smart and beat people, ooh la la, right? That means that there is like a really good and satisfying combat system there, right? A really good and satisfying combat system. For me, it's going to grind out Demigod on Dad and then fill time on Hunger, maybe. I don't have time for Mistfall, especially how it's probably going to have sweats. That's okay, right? Not everyone has time for every game. I feel the same, but for the gameplay and flow of raids, saves it for me. The Harpy is so whack. It's true. Makes me legit embarrassed. It's true. I'm not a fan, right? I'm not a fan of the Harpy. It's funny, okay, but it's a little too much. I think it for me it's on the kind of like it's the cost of admission, right? Mistfall is interesting, but it's just something to pass the time until Hunger comes out. Mistfall is a real game. I do think Hunger just had the magical spice. I agree. I'm not giving up on Hunger, right? Like what I'm trying to say is I was surprised that I was so deeply and thoroughly nourished by the playing chess while running nature of the combat in Mistfall Hunter, right? There's more to this game than meets the eye. You might look at it and you think like, ugh, right? Or like, it's just kind of like, ugh. But I will say, from my perspective, the more time I put into it, the more I saw the potential. Truly in this game, any class can take on any class. And that is a very difficult thing to do in solo, right? And now it's helpful that like there's only, 6 classes, 5 or 6 classes, right? So like it's a smaller sandbox, but like playing underpowered as probably one of the weaker classes in the open beta, I was able to fight my way through disadvantageous fights against every other class. And that for me got me very, very excited, right? Very, very excited. Harpy bubblegum walk. I honestly thought I wasn't gonna like Hunger, but now, Hunger has very promising elements, but I think it's the least balanced extraction game I've ever played. I've never seen something that has that much gear and level imbalance in this genre. That's interesting. I think I agree with you, right? I was also surprised at the amount of class power and gear power imbalance possibility that there was. It shocked me and kind of disappointed me, to be honest. But I don't think that's their vision for the game. The Hunger devs have said that it's, they are actively working to like tamp down all those things. Like they don't want to be like that, I don't think, right? They want long exchanges, they want counterplay. So I do not expect the game to be like this for a long time. For much longer, is what I will say. You might have a musket with a 10-second reload and be against someone who is totally immune to headshot damage and has a semi-full auto. Yes, that's true. Yes. Hunger intrigued me, and I'm definitely gonna have an eye out for it, but it was too unfinished for me to enjoy. That's also fair. Mistfall looks interesting. I might check it out. Hunger is certainly unbalanced for now. It's not close to as bad as Dungeonborn. Dad at plenty of points, and honestly, Legacy. Yes. The balance was just far less refined compared to the rest of it. Except the audio. Yes. You mean the guns aren't balanced? I agree. Yes. Yes. It's great to see variety in the game genre that brought this community together. Mistfall is a nice ramification. I agree. And it's not going to be for everybody, right? In the same way that, like, the Legacy aesthetic or the Legacy, the nature of stuns or interrupts in PvP in Legacy that pissed a lot of people off, and rightly so, right? Like, Hunger has the advantage of first person and uninterruptible melee trading, and there's a lot of kind of like subtle but very important parallels with Dark and Darker in Hunger. I think that will satisfy like a big chunk of this community. But for the people in this community that don't mind third person and that don't mind kind of more of like a fighting game, like ARPG game that includes CC, like the amount of counterplay and kind of combat strategy that there's way more depth to the combat in Mistfall than probably any other fantasy extraction game I've ever played. And it took me the last open beta to realize that. And it took me kind of like reflecting on a whole bunch of footage and reflecting on raids for me to realize that there truly is like a way out of every situation in the game. And that's equally frustrating on the opposite side. It means that, like, no matter how good that you play, your opponent also always has a say, right? And the game then becomes, can you anticipate what your opponent is going to do given your next action? And then can you make the right choice based on that anticipation and then further anticipate what they may do to the thing that you're going to do on top of that, right? And that calculus is refreshing every 2 or 3 seconds. And when you tap into that, there's just like a flow state and a kind of deep satisfaction you get when you can imagine what your opponent's going to do 2 or 3 steps down the line. And you make a plan and you execute and you read your opponent and your opponent does what you think they're going to do and you beat their ass, right? And you win the fight. It feels awesome. Like it feels so good. It's like pure PvP, you know? It's like why I like PvP games, right? You beat another mind, basically, with a combination of strategy and dexterity and a little bit of preparation that comes with an extraction game, right? But you beat another mind. And you can do it from a point of disadvantage, right? You can do it from a point of disadvantage. And that is the thing that I think makes Mistfall stand out the most, is that unlike Dark and Darker, unlike Hunger, unlike other fantasy extraction games, it is hard to win when you're underpowered. But it's possible in this game. And I think for that reason, like this game stands out more in that regard. Like, does that make it a better game? I'm not sure. Like it more closely aligns to what I'm looking for, right? I get the most out of a game when I can beat somebody when I'm underpowered, because that reinforces a feeling of superiority that I get. I not only do I want to beat another mind, I want to beat another mind that should have beaten me, right? That had the advantages. And the fact that I can outthink and outplay someone from a position of disadvantage and still win the fight, there is no better feeling in PvP combat than that, right? You don't have an advantage. I can't, the people that play extraction games to get BIS gear, to gear diff, It's so pathetic. Okay, if you had any kind of time on your hands, if you're a streamer, if you're a content creator, if you are underemployed, right, and you have more time to play an extraction game than somebody else, and you crutch on powerful gear to win fights, you're pathetic, right? It's a stupid way to play the game. You're a scared idiot gamer. Let go of your gear advantage and play the game using your skill, right? It's so much more impressive to use skill and let go of crutching on gear. And I'm so tired of people that have time and advantage in that way, right? That crutch on gear and think that they're doing well in the game. It's so dumb. It's so pathetic, right? So let go of that, right? And the people that don't do that, it's just like it's just not even worth a watch, you know? Completely off topic because I got so impassioned by that. You know, you didn't win because of gear or surprise. You win because you outplayed them. He's blasting. It's true. My favorite games are ones with level playing fields. Hunt, Tarky, Counter-Strike. Yeah, I think that, okay, so it's pathetic to crutch on gear to win fights. It's interesting when players have start the fight from a position of parity, right? You can be a different class, you can have different strengths and weaknesses, but like the totality of those things, if you start in a position of parity, then it's interesting. But it is the best feeling in the world when you are weaker than them in almost every way, right? And you can use your mind and your strategy and your dexterity and all those things to outplay and beat your opponent. There's nothing better than that in PvP, in my opinion, right? And when I realized I could do that in Dark and Darker, right? I could go into high roller in greens, right? Low rolling and high roller, okay? The very first set of videos that birthed the channel, right, was my interest in, can I low roll in high roller and win fights, right? I've always been interested in that arrangement, in that philosophy, that style of play. And to my chagrin, right, Dark and Darker evolved to become this thing where playing melee, you couldn't do that. You couldn't kind of like skill diff a certain class matchup, or the gear gap became insurmountable, right? So I became disillusioned with Dark and Darker because my ability to skill diff and win an underdog fight got less and less and less based on just the way that the game was designed. Zero to heroes and winning disadvantage fights are so good. One of the best parts of the genre, in my opinion. I think that MISTFALL has that balance of skill over gear right now. Am I wrong? No, I think you're completely correct, devs. I think you're correct. That's why I think devs need to be careful not to overdo it with gear-based matchmaking. Gear differences are core to the genre to at least some degree. I agree. It is an extraction game, right? It's not a battle royale. It's not a level playing field, right? That's what makes an extraction game. Totally. And then it is a self-directed challenge for people who know that they have more time in the title, more time to play, more of a skill to, you know, to self-direct away from crutching on gear to win fights and actually challenge themselves to overcome some real adversity. This is why Texas Hold'em will endure the test of time. You can play a weak hand great, and likewise a great hand and play it weak. Best hand pre-flop does not mean a W. Yeah, interesting. I never really thought about that. I never thought about kind of like Texas Hold'em in kind of like extraction terms, right? Where you have a loadout, right? Your pre-flop hand is your loadout, and you can have a strong kit, or you can have a weak kit, right? I think the whole world was bit by Texas Hold'em at some point in the past 15 years, right? 15 years. Texas Hold'em as the OG extraction game is a wild pull. Huge. Limit 22. Huge comment, right? I studied up. I went to Las Vegas for someone's birthday, and for maybe like, I didn't have a lot of experience playing poker. My dad always played poker. My dad had like a pub crew, and they would do like an illegal gambling upstairs at the pub, right? Where they would just have like $80 buy-ins, and they would play all weekend long. and they would play like every other weekend. And so I had some like tangential experience. I knew how to play. I knew how to read the hands. I knew like basic strategy. But when my friend was having a birthday in Vegas, I was like, I'm gonna study up. I'm gonna learn this game, and I did. And for like maybe 5 months, I practiced on my phone playing Texas Hold'em, and I played almost every day, and just on a free app, and I got really good at being able to bully people. Like I knew how to bluff well. I knew how to play a big stack. I knew how to play a small stack. I could tell, I could read when people were trying to make moves. I could usually tell when people were limping in, kind of thing. And I went to Vegas and I played on like the cheapest tables I could find at Circus, and I played for like 3 nights, and I made friends with everybody, and I absolutely crushed it. I probably maybe made like $400 or $500 a night, playing really well, playing my game. And I would just make friends with everyone around me. I would just give people chips, right? And I would just win these giant. There were limits, so you couldn't go like all in. Was like you couldn't win big, but you could win a lot and consistently. And it was like and then after that trip, I like stopped playing. I was like that was perfect. Like I trained up for like 5 months. I played 3 nights solid in Vegas. I had a lot of fun. I made a huge mistake where there was a waitress taking our drink orders, and for some reason, I've never ordered this drink before in my life, okay? But she's taking drink orders. For some reason, instead of saying Jack and Coke, I said Jack and Ginger, like Jack and Ginger Ale. I think in my head I was like, maybe it'll be good, right? I was kind of I was just kind of like experimenting. But I said, give me a Jack and Ginger. And there was like a record scratch, right? Where everyone was like, bruh? Like, and all these heads like turned at me. Because it's like, I've never heard of that before, right? It was okay. It was an okay drink. It was okay. I never got it again, okay? But I feel like I lost some people with that one, right? I lost some people. Anyway, okay, let's read. Jack Daniel's Rye and Pear Soda. Ooh, that sounds great. So, MISTFALL did 2 things, okay? They, definite or a loss, as the kids would say. Yes. Only I think I was the kid at the table, right? I was probably like, I was younger. This was a while ago. I went to Vegas. This was a while ago. It was over 10 years ago that I went, guys. My best friend loves whiskey and ginger beer. There you go, right? There you go. There's a lot of good cocktails you make with whiskey, right? MISTFALL had 2 kind of dev notes. One is kind of them answering like a Q&A style, and the other is them saying what updates we can expect for launch. So first, I'm gonna read the Q&A updates that's responding to player questions, and then I have a burp. Sorry, 1 second. Come on out, little burp. And then I'll read the updates we can expect for launch. Launch is July 29th, guys. That's like 3 weeks away, right? The 29th of July is basically 3 weeks away. 1, 2, 3. Less than 3 weeks. So, that's exciting. Dev update, what we've been up to. Okay, let's have a look. On Wednesday, we released our playtest Q&A, addressing 30 of the most frequently asked player questions. Thanks to every guild hunter for sharing your passionate feedback and valuable suggestions. We've carefully read through them all and shared our upcoming plans and replies. Let me adjust this gameplay slightly, like so, and my little shadow layer slightly, like so. Nice. Ones in chat if you appreciate the Subway Surfers. Put a one, I just want a quick poll, casual poll. If this is a nice addition to this kind of yap session, put a 1. If you prefer, if it's distracting, put a 0. Put it if it's not, if you think it takes away, does it detract from the yap? Put a 0. I'm open to feedback here. We're so cooked, man. Okay, even Schneely, even the old man himself, right? Just give me something to look at, right? Give me something to look at. Add a burger cam in the top right. We'll think about it. 2, but I'm old and already multitasking. Fair. 3? You want the even faster moving like suite of GIFs to make this slow combat feel even slower and more navigable? I understand. Okay, thank you all. Thank you all. Good, we're on the right track. I'm voting for the burger cam. Well, I'm packing for a move, so I'm mostly just listening. Solus was clutch. Guys, Solus set us on the right path for the combat, dodge, and hunger, right? You gotta... Thank you, Solus, for tuning in, for helping us out, buddy. We appreciate it. Landry says 0. Team Yap, it's true. Add another gameplay video in the top right of the gameplay video. I could do this, okay? Right? And we put this like so for Fart, right? Fart wants gameplay in the gameplay. And then I can even, in the properties, I can put the speed up to, let's say, 175%. So now it's even faster, right? Beautiful. Yeah. Maybe, actually, sorry. What we'll do is we'll put this down here. That's a lot nicer, right? Do you have any dancing girls? Oh, when's Sigrid, right? Where's Sigrid? Oh, I forgot about the redhead in this game. That's something my dad would have said. You know that, right, Schneely? Something my dad would have said. I forgot about the redhead in the game. There's your dancing girl, buddy. Drink it in, Schneely. She's on screen right now. Thank you, guys. Guys, this is fun. Thank you. I always get a little bit nervous for these Yap streams because I'm not playing a game and I think, are people going to be interested? And it's fun. Thank you very much. Harpy gameplay. Okay, Q&A. Thank you for sharing your passionate suggestions. Let's see what they had to say. This is interesting to me because I think there are many similar issues and player concerns that we've seen in Dark and Darker. So it's curious to see how a different dev team responds to some of the same questions that players have had about Dark and Darker in the past. Let's take a look. Matchmaking and game modes. A major question from the community. Will a duo mode be added? Currently in MISTFALL, you can play solo, you can play trio squads, but you can't play duo. And so people are asking, will a duo mode be added? To which they say, we will not be opening a duo matchmaking server in the short term. On one hand, adding duo mode would significantly increase the difficulty of balancing and regulating matchmaking. On the other hand, it would split the existing matchmaking player pool, prolonging queue times across all modes and negatively impacting the overall matchmaking experience for all players. Holy F. A team that has the confidence to say no to adding another queue, right? They know the implications. They know the cost. I have a huge respect for the confidence to limit queues. And it's that simple, right? Will you add a duo mode? No. Okay. Dang. Take notes, dudes. Take notes. Oh, thanks. River OG, thank you. Dang, huge W, right?
W.
Huge W. They have brain cells. It's true. Landry knows, right? Landry knows. Cool. Next question. Will bots remain in the game permanently? Are there any plans to improve the bot combat AI? Interesting question. I got kind of fooled. I didn't know there was going to be bots in the game. And there's some embarrassing clips of me like springing an ambush on like a player I thought was a player, right? And I'm like, ooh, I'm going to get this guy. And I kind of put it in some videos and be like, yeah, look at me, I'm taking this guy down, right? And people are like, yeah, getting kind of ramped up fighting bots, are you? And I thought, oops, I didn't know. Yes, bots are here to stay. We believe they play an irreplaceable role for new players and in adjusting the intensity of combat. Interesting. We will continuously optimize the bot AI, but this will be a long-term process. There are PvP bots. There are. They are here to stay. We believe they play an irreplaceable role for new players and in adjusting the intensity of combat. Very interesting. I think, yeah, right? A part of me is like, ew, right? I don't want bots in the game. Bots are dumb. But then I step out of myself for a second and I think about new players, right? I think about people that don't have all this time in the world to practice and play video games, right? People are, there's a giant swath of the player base that are more casual than me, right? Bots help new player experiences. Yes, bots help new players. I'm telling myself, get over it, right? It also cheapens the overall experience. I agree. For who? For people that are post the new player experience. Give me bot difficulty ratings. I want to see bots absolutely stomp all over the big extraction streamers so I can watch them seethe. The way it worked is once you lost twice in a row, you get put in with bots, which I think is okay. Yeah, it was relegated to the very first rungs of your kind of like your player ranking, and there was a bug in the open beta where players were staying in that lower ranking for longer than they anticipated. Once you start playing more and extracting more and getting more wealth in the account and having more success, you will transition out of that matchmaking pool and will not be put in with bots. But for the new players or for the people that hit a losing streak, right? It's free farm, right? It's just like a chance for you to practice your combos. It's a chance for you to beat up on some people and get some decent gear, right? Is what it is. The new player experience, I believe, needs to be a priority. It really, really does. Okay? Full-time streamers, full-time gamers are not typical gamers. And it's usually the people that are good at games that have the biggest problem with this kind of thing. And we've seen what happens when a game studio or a game puts too much emphasis on the experience of veterans to the detriment of the experience of newer players. So, I was getting them once I lost 2 in a row. It was always a bot lobby, so I just get the bug. I had a lot of gear. Me too. It was an issue. It was an issue. It was a playtest issue. They mentioned it as such. That the players just weren't transitioning out of that lower end of matchmaking. And so hopefully that will be addressed at launch. But I think that bots do play, you know, a utility, right? A role in the game. I think it's kind of cool. If your extraction rate drops below 40% in the last 5 matches, you get put in bot lobbies. And it's not all bots. It's like other people that also have, you know, like a bad rating, right? Or have had a bad streak. So it's not guaranteed bot lobby because you might run into other players in that bot lobby, right? It's just like coming across a bot. It's not free. It's not a free fight. You still have to try. But if you do fight and win, you get some decent gear, you get some decent meds, and you get back on your feet, basically. Cool. How long will a season last? Interesting question. The currently considered duration for a season is 3 to 4 months. Will there be seasonal resets, wipes, and if so, how frequent will they be? Yes, there will be seasonal resets, though certain long-term progression elements will carry over to the next season. So there's kind of like a permanent progression aspect of the game, but it seems like they're considering to have each season last 3 to 4 months. Okay, how do you feel? Chat, how do you feel? Forced seasonal wipes versus player-directed wipes. Let's assess the pros and cons of these. I'm gonna take a bathroom break, okay? I'm gonna go for a quick pee. You think about how do you feel between forced seasonal wipes versus player-directed wipes. I'll be right back. It depends what content is reset, to be honest. I'm gonna catch them in these. BRB. What do we think? Force the wipe. Another reason I didn't like Arc Raiders. Prefer force wipes, says Deary. Hi, JD, by the way. What is a player-directed wipe? I usually don't wipe. No, you wipe, Moss. You wipe. Has someone helped fart? I think someone has probably helped fart, right? Player-directed wipes are defeat a bit of the purpose of wipes. Force wipes with meaningful meta progress 100%. Ah, interesting. Bidet is greater than wipe. Oh, muted. Wipe hard. I think quests shouldn't get wiped also. Huge weakness for Arc there as well. Well, they just didn't have enough quests though. Right? The quests were done. Wipe lets new content come in, brings people back, fresh start is the best in my opinion. I think I agree. I disagree on quests not getting wiped. There's basically no wipes, and then there's no wipe, Sackboy. Uh-huh. You have new and different quests. Interesting. Player wipes are nice if there's a cool reward, prestige, progression system. Force wipes are fun at the start, since everyone is at similar power levels. I feel like there's a way to devil's advocate both sides, right? Like a forced wipe means there's kind of a FOMO, you know, and people feel uncomfortable if they can't play in the first like 3 or 4 days of the wipe, then they're behind and they lose motivation to like play the whole season kind of thing. But also I agree that like a forced wipe where everyone comes back to the starting line, right? There's so much energy and excitement in a seasonal wipe where everyone gets reset kind of thing. I was missing that in Arc Raiders, right? That feeling of like knowing that everyone has been reset to 0 in some way, in some meaningful way. I didn't like the idea of the expedition and then me going back in with nothing, and I'm fighting like, you know, there's still like a ton of people that have like all the endgame stuff. It felt weird going from the dad wipes to the expedition. I don't know if no wipes is a big problem with Arc. I think that the game suffers from more of a lack of gear, combat depth, and no endgame. I totally agree. Maybe this would be a non-issue if there was like other stuff to do in the game. Anyway, thank you for that. That's good. Okay. I'm happy that MISTFALL is taking a kind of like seasonal wipe approach, right? Seasonal wipe approach. Class balance and combat mechanics. How will the balance between solo and trio modes be handled? If you didn't know, MISTFALL actually goes the extra step of assigning different values to timing and damage numbers and damage reduction numbers, stats, abilities, depending on if you are playing in solo or trios. For example, like you are able to block more if you're playing in trios because they expect you're dealing with more kind of attack spam in squad versus squad. Like there's certain resources you have more of if you're playing in trios than solo. So I thought this is a really interesting demonstration that a team can be thoughtful enough to have the same class appear in 2 different game modes and actually tweak the values, right? Adjust the stats, adjust the abilities for that class in a solo versus trios context. And that was something I was hoping that they would do in Dark and Darker, because solos has been stupidly broken and out of whack for so long, right? Part of me hoped that Iron Mace would be capable of teasing apart class power between a solo, duo, and trio environment, but there's just so many classes, there's so much gear, there's just, it was beyond their grasp, basically. But it's clearly possible because a game like MISTFALL, who has fewer classes, has intentionally declined the addition of a duos lobby, is able to maintain bandwidth to manage class balance between solos and trios. Cool. How will issues like stagger canceling, stun locking and crowd control immunity be addressed? A big topic, okay? How will issues like stagger canceling, stun locking, and crowd control immunity be addressed? Currently, the only way to cancel a stagger is through breakaway, the free escape that every player gets after being hit 2 times. If you're hit twice in a row, your character is charged with a breakaway, and you can evade away for free after being hit twice. There's a cooldown on that ability. You can't keep doing it, but if it's been a minute and you get hit twice, you get to break away for free. We want the combat experience to feel like a tactical mind game with active counterplay. Initiating an attack means accepting the recovery frames and the risks that come with that action. If you're gonna swing and you miss, you are accepting the risk that in those recovery frames of the missed attack, you are vulnerable to being hit yourself, okay? In return, taking that risk grants you a combo opportunity upon hitting the enemy. Therefore, stagger cannot be canceled at will. So, if you hit once, you're given the opportunity to hit again, right? If you try to follow up a 3rd time, you run the risk of your opponent being able to break away for free. Unless, of course, they've done that recently and you know that their breakaway is on cooldown. There's a really nice counterplay, a balance between being able to break away for free, being able to swing and miss and have longer recovery frames, being able to swing and hit and know that you can follow up with another hit for a combo. It's a very, very interesting and well-considered, well-designed, thoughtful melee combat system. Regarding stun locking, we noticed that during this test, players discovered some inescapable, infinite crowd control combos that exceeded our expectations. Ruh-roh, right? But that's the point of the test. You never know what shithead gamers are going to do to your game design until you put the game in front of those shithead gamers, basically. So, in this case, the rogue class has an AoE, like a crow swarm, right? Gamers going to break the game, absolutely. And people realized that you could put multiple rogues on the same squad, and you could stagger the AoE crow swarm, and it would basically like stun lock the whole team out of being able to do anything. That's clearly not intended, and the dev team did not anticipate that was going to be a thing, and that was the point of the beta, right? It was one of the things that was revealed in the beta, that they don't want people being able to do that, which is great. I was really happy to see that they acknowledged that and addressed it. PvE maps, tasks, and endgame content. Do you plan to add more engaging tasks, high difficulty PvE content, a pure PvE mode, a boss rush, or a hidden content Easter egg lore content? More tasks, Easter egg mechanics, and high difficulty PvE will continue to be rolled out with future version updates. A pure PvE mode is also in the works, but it will take some time to complete. Whoa, okay. Higher difficulty PvE content is on the way. And they talk about that in the next column of thing we're going to go through. And will continue to be rolled out. And a pure PvE mode is also in the works, right? I guess enough people have expressed an interest in wanting to just play PvE, right? Go figure. There's a lot of people who don't like PvP. And maybe the MISTFALL team realized that, like, you know, we can make a separate and contained game mode that is PvE only, and if people want to just run around beating up mobs and practicing bosses, that kind of thing, then they can do so, right? They clearly think that there's a business case and that this is navigable from, you know, a partitioning of the player base and a diluting of the queues. They think it's achievable, so that's interesting to see. Will maps feature randomly generated diversity? Will you add labyrinths, better utilization of verticality, random events, etc.? The answer is, randomized terrain mechanics are currently in development. However, due to the high technical difficulty and the massive workload involved, they will not be implemented immediately upon launch. Interesting. So more of a procedural map kind of generation system in the works, but obviously it's a ton of work and it won't be ready for the end of July. Totally fine. Pricing, monetization, and cosmetics. What will the final price of the game be? On July 17th, what is that, like, end of this week? Friday? That's the night that Dad wipes, I think, right? July the 17th? We will officially maybe share the prices for the standard and deluxe editions, as well as the additional decorative items included in the deluxe edition. So it sounds like there's going to be a box price. It's not going to be a subscription or anything weird like that. It's not going to be free to play, which is so good for the hackers, right? Any game that's free to play is just Hack City, right? I'd say a huge amount of Tarkov players moved to PvE and stayed there, so it can be a slight gamba. Interesting. Interesting. One moment. You wish. You wish. Does anyone want to guess a price? Is anyone familiar enough with MISTFALL to guess a price of the standard and deluxe editions? Come on, fart. $29.99. I want a physical piece of paper where I have to manually enter the source code onto my PC. Anything more than 40 bucks and I'd probably hesitate. I think that's a good way of saying it. More than 40 bucks for the standard version is probably a stretch, right? I can imagine 3060. 3060. I mean, maybe like, I don't know. 30, I'd do some grumbling. 20 to 25 seems fair. Isn't it so funny how, like, in the grand scheme of things, right? $5, like, is kind of inconsequential. Like, we get so much value out of games. And the fact that, like, if a game costs $35, it's like, yeah, okay. But if a game costs 40 bucks, it's like, I'm not going to buy it. It's 40 bucks. That's ridiculous, right? But then, like, you spend, like, $27 on Uber Eats, right? Like, every day. I don't, but, like, some people do, right? Like, I'm not trying to, like, to discredit or, like, make anyone feel bad, because I think, like, it's real, right? Like, the price sensitivity is real. But it's so funny the things that we're willing to spend money on and not spend money on. It's a really funny thing. Is MISTFALL Hunter worth 4 pepperoni pizzas? I don't know. Like, probably, right? Like, if we're honest, right? If we're honest, like, all these games, like, are the 3,000 hours that I put into Dark and Darker. Like, I think I spent $60 or $90 on the Hold the Line edition in August of 2023. And, you know, like, knowing how much I love that game, like, if that game was $500, would I buy it? Like, the problem is, I guess you kind of have to know whether or not you like it that much. Like, there's no way you'd ever spend $500 on a game that you have never played before, right? Unfallen edition. Hold the Line edition is 50 bucks. Has it always been 50 bucks? Maybe it was 60? Maybe it was Canadian dollars? It's probably 60 Canadian dollars back in the summer of 2023. Always. Okay, that's what it was then. The exchange rate was different. Okay. Yeah, the scary part is being unsure whether you'll get enough hours out of the game. Yeah, regional pricing funky, yes. $50 for my 3K hours, probably finally worth it. Yeah, who knows, right? Who knows? Do you plan to add more classes, weapons, skills, and affixes? We are already working on many incredibly exciting new classes and their archetypes, which will be progressively rolled out in subsequent seasons. Cool, right? Speaking of new classes, let's read the next set of announcements. So this was the other dev announcement, dev updates that they put out recently, talking about the changes we can expect for launch. Druid incoming. Yeah. Sadly. For single-player games, I think $1 an hour is good. For live service PvP games, I think $1 for every 10 hours is good. Interesting. If I get $1 hour per dollar game spent, that's cool. I've never really thought of it in those terms before. That means the game only cost you 1.6 cents per hour. Basically a free game. I overpaid. Okay, regarding the various concerns and frustrations you've raised in the chat channels, we're already planning and rolling out targeted fixes. Moving forward, we'll keep iterating on the gameplay experience to make every single hunt feel more balanced, fun, and challenging. Okay? Today, we also want to share our recent project progress and our upcoming plans for class balance adjustments. Please keep working alongside us to make this game the best it can be. Let's row the boat together, friends, right? Oh, wait, that's another game. Sorry. That's not this game. That's a different game. Next up, okay, we're introducing a brand new weapon for the Withered Knight, the Polearm and Shield. Hello. Who wants to play as a hoplite, right? Hoplites. The greatsword you played during the Next Fest wasn't the class's final form. Imagine using the hook chain to yank an opponent to your face to unleash a burst of damage. And then just as they burn a mobility skill to escape, you swap to the polearm and shield, spear and shield, land a clutch throw of the polearm to pin them to the wall, and follow up with a shield bash to break their guard and delete their health bar. Ooh, can't wait to see what kind of playstyles you guys cook up with this new weapon. Hello, Nurse. Withered Knight. We played Greatsword. You can see the Greatsword combat here exclusively. All we had was Greatsword. A nasty chain of CC lock. Ugh, right? Yeah, ugh. But you gotta hit the shot, right? You gotta hit, if it's about you hook chain, you gotta aim that. And I got a lot of examples of me missing the hook chain, okay? But say you land the hook chain, you pull them in, you get the combo, they dash away, you switch weapons to your shield and spear, you throw the spear, you gotta hit the spear. And if they're moving their jukin, that's not easy to do. Sounds like the exact class I would want to play, Georgie. Excellent. Excellent. Anyway, so we haven't really seen much of this. It'll be very interesting. Very interesting. Craving tougher elite mobs and want to test your mettle against the best players? Look no further than Brandergard on Cataclysm difficulty. In Cataclysm mode, top tier rare loot drops are everywhere, and every single landmark holds a surprise, so don't leave any corner unchecked. It's super high risk, super high reward gameplay, and a prime farming spot no guild hunter should miss. So, it's the high roller, right? It's not the chaos mode, it is the Cataclysm difficulty. Yikers. That's cool, right? Because if I'm honest, right? The chaos mode was challenging, but not overly so. And certainly for the players that have even more experience and exposure to the game than I, right? I think that those players were looking for something a little more challenging. So the fact that they were bringing this game mode in is great, right? More PvE challenge and replayability. We know everyone's been dying for info on holy weapons, which we've kept completely under wraps until now. Whoa. This weapon tier features exclusive gameplay affixes that will massively expand your build variety and theory crafting. Holy weapons drop from map bosses, with each boss offering their own unique holy weapon. We're keeping the exact stat bonuses a surprise for now, but here's a sneak peek at some of the concept art. Okay. AKA artifact rarity, right? Holy weapons, artifact rarity. So they got the upper end, right? They got the chase items, as Georgie would say, right? Every good extraction game has those uber rare chase items. I think the best thing Dad ever did was show the devs dithering and lacking the clear vision is the pitfall to avoid. The best thing Dad did was show that the devs dithering and lacking clear vision is the pitfall to avoid. I see. Weird Deathbloom skin, but okay. Yeah, it's probably... Yeah, it is weird. It is weird. You know, like I said, you know, for me, and we'll get into this for a little bit with some of the fears, right? It's an aesthetic that is not 100% up my street, right? But aesthetics aren't everything, are they? You know, for me, a deeper, more meaningful partnership between me and the woman I love, it's not based on aesthetics per se. It is to some degree, you know, but it's not the be all and end all. And I think what I've experienced in the combat, the satisfaction I've experienced in the combat outweighs how, you know, my kind of like meh, my tepid response to the design of some of these holy weapons, right? It's done super well, at least. I agree, Sackboy. I agree. For Season 1, we've designed a core concept called the Fate Chart, which will drive the entire seasonal main storyline. The critical core gameplay connecting this narrative, Soul Hunt, this name could change, will debut a few weeks after open beta. Open beta? After maybe the launch? I still can't tell if they're like opening 1.0 or what. This gameplay runs through all narrative phases of the season and is tightly linked to the progression of the Fate Chart. Every guild hunter's actions will reshape the world's direction as shown on the chart. We're keeping the exact mechanics and gameplay loops a surprise for now, waiting for you to experience them firsthand. The way I interpret this is maybe kind of like Helldivers 2 had kind of like a macro progression, had kind of like, you know, like a galaxy map where there was battles raging, and the raids that you did had an impact on the progression of like the macro galaxy map. Something similar may exist, is going to exist for Hunger in the Hunger season. I'm so hungry, boys. I know. We all are. We all are. Some of us are having worse withdrawals than others. We commiserate, right? Okay. What's the deal with class balance, and what issues have we spotted? Class balance is a tale as old as time, and making sure we get it right has been our goal across every playtest. After the Steam Next Fest ended, we held several balance review meetings. Here's a quick rundown of our tuning plans for some of the classes. Interesting. The Withered Knight was the most popular class during the Next Fest. Looking at the overall data, the Withered Knight's killing power was excellent. However, due to the sluggish nature of heavy weapons and the fact that the polearm and shield skills weren't live yet, some hardcore Withered Knight players felt the class lacked sufficient strength and depth. It's kind of true, right? It was at a disadvantage. It only had one weapon. It only had one moveset, basically. The Withered Knight's other weapon, the polearm and shield, will launch in Season 1, and we've also further optimized the Greatsword's weapon skills and talents. So cool. Okay. Withered Knight Greatsword adjustments. The parry skill now unlocks at an earlier stage, and the parry counter window has been extended. Excellent. I thought I did okay with the apparently limited, with the higher tier unlock and the shorter active window. It still felt pretty long to me, and it wasn't that hard to get to, but I definitely, once I learned how to work parry into my ability set, I was able to really turn the tables on some fights that I was losing. I was able to like definitely maintain the upper hand in some fights if I was able to read my opponent correctly and parry correctly. It's a very, very powerful ability that I fell in love with. Thorn Guide has been tweaked to resolve collision issues during the pull, increasing its success rate. If you tried to do the hook chain and pull an opponent up a ramp, they would kind of get stuck on the ramp and they wouldn't get pulled all the way up to your face. Oh, here's an example. Maybe it worked in this example. I got excited because maybe I thought that there was a hook chain example in this fight. But anyway, it sounds like they knew it was an issue, and they are working to resolve that issue. Very good. Light and heavy strikes have had their hitboxes slightly increased so that the actual damage area better matches the visual effect. Yeah, a lot of people were saying that the greatsword hitboxes were kind of janky, especially if you were right up close to another player. So it is wonderful that they recognize that as an issue. New weapon, the polearm and shield. Polearm and shield introduces 6 new skills for players to choose from, along with a unique ability to rescue downed teammates from a distance. Whoa, like a healing spear throw. With a wide variety of talent and skill options for both DPS and support paths. I love it when a class can be spec'd into DPS, melee, offensive threat, or healer, support, backline, thoughtful, damage from range kind of thing. And if the Withered Knight is going to be able to have both of those options, then that's going to build in a lot of replayability, I imagine, for a class that I'm really, really interested in. I don't play a lot of trios, but knowing that I can spec into more of a backline support role for trios expeditions, right, is very interesting to me. Regarding the other classes, like the Shadow Strix as an example, some of its skills still offer too much mobility and overwhelming crowd-controlled chains, making it overperform in combat. They are data-driven, it sounds like. Moving forward, Crowstorm will no longer stack on players who are already stunned. Nice. And its damage will be slightly reduced. That's a huge W. Shadow Strix mobility has been an issue for a long time, and I didn't realize that this Crowstorm was such a big pain in the butt, but apparently it is, and they have already moved to take care of that. Blinn is a cleric in Dungeons and Dragons. I'm kind of like a cleric IRL, actually. I think. For the Seer Mace, the duration of the mobility skill Shapeshift will be reduced and its speed boost turned down. This addresses the overpowered escape capability tied to specific skills, while still preserving its tactical value for short distance chases and kiting. Yeah. The Seer, with its melee mace, can turn into a little icon and zip around the map. And there was basically no way to catch up to a Seer who is doing that to escape. So it seems like the devs also are wise to this as an issue and are making changes to that ability to make it a little more fair and fun to fight against. Yeah. We might have missed it. Maybe I can call it up here. Maybe we can call it up here. It was at the start of this fight. Okay, yeah, here it is right here. Check this out. Watch the Seer. See how they turn to that little icon and zip around? Now, he came back to launch an attack on me, but they can use that icon ability just to totally GTFO. Yeah, they just turn into this weird glowing icon. So that was an issue because I guess like if you hurt them, they could just escape and run away, and it wasn't very fun or good, right? Cool. Okay, here we go. Mistfall Hunter, hopes and fears. We'll start with fears. We're going to end on the positive. We're going to start on the negative. What am I concerned about? What am I worried about for this game? Well, firstly, right, extreme gear power plus buff power, your affixes, right, can combine to make a very strong character. High tier gear, high tier buffs, with a lack of a PvP equalizer, right? In a gun game, in Tarkov, to a lesser extent in Hunger, but it exists in Hunger, like ranged headshot damage is kind of an equalizer. But it's a typical fantasy extraction issue. Typical fantasy extraction issue, you don't have headshots. You don't have guns in the same way you have in extraction shooters. So you don't have that equalizer, which means that fantasy extraction games are typically more of a stat check than a skill check in a lot of ways. And I'm concerned that that gear and buff power with a lack of an equalizer is gonna tip higher end play in Mistfall towards more of a stat checking game than a skill checking game. I could be wrong. I still have to, there's a lot of practice I have to put in, but it is a concern I have. Plus, when gear is very strong and the game has a bunch of really strong rare gear, RMT tends to flourish. Now, I know it's a trade-off. Like, do you want the gear to be meaningless? You know, and uninteresting? Probably not, right? Probably not. You want exciting gear, rare gear. But when what comes with the territory is RMT, right? RMT comes with the territory. So that's a concern I have. What else? There is a delicate balance between ranged and melee classes in this game. As in any game, any fantasy game that mixes ranged and melee damage, right? Ranged classes typically, almost always, take less risk for greater reward. And that's a problem. It's easier to balance a game when everyone can use a gun, right? When everyone has access to a firearm that can do headshot damage from range. That's an easier game to balance because those options are always there. But when you have stark class identity, and some of those classes are melee classes, and other classes are range classes, and the range classes can do tremendous damage at a distance at less risk, there's always a concern I have for the balance between those playstyles. And the previous tech tests have kind of, underscored the advantages of some ranged abilities, and melee has struggled to close the gap and compete with those classes. I think that the toppers of the leaderboards were the Black Arrow, right, with incredible range DPS, and the Sorcerer, the jump, headshot, fire, burn DPS, AoE stuff, a ton of escape. It is very difficult when you're playing as a melee class to compete against those things. And Guild Leader knows the pain, right? As a fellow melee enjoyer, Guild Leader says, Blinn, I know it's tough, so here, respect. Thank you, sir. Let's bring 5 more people into the fold. Rip Walka, right? Hogart, Bagel, 9367. Welcome in. Creamer the Cow. Cleric Boys Unite. A fellow melee enjoyer. Thank you, Guild Leader. I appreciate that very much. Thank you, Creamer the Cow. I appreciate that very much. Got some pints in the fridge. Thanks to Creamer the Cow. Got 5 new people into the community. Thanks to the Guild Leader. I appreciate that very much. Creme de la creme. Dudes, who knew? Who knew we had such a supportive and passionate community of melee enjoyers? Maybe I knew. Maybe I knew that, but I appreciate the support, guys. Thank you very much. What else? Full loot PvP that is built on a system that includes stuns and escapes. Right? It's less Dark and Darker, more Legacy style. Dark and Darker, your swings are never interrupted, right? It's a rare thing when a swing is interrupted in Dark and Darker. And in a big way, that feels good. It always feels like in a game like Hunger, in a game like Dark and Darker, you always have a sliver of agency. You always have the free will to swing uninterrupted. So in the back of your head, even though you're totally losing the fight, it still feels like you have a chance because you can swing freely. In a game like Legacy, in a game like Mistfall Hunter, that has interrupts and stuns and CC, right? It feels worse to get knocked out of a combo. It feels worse to get hit and interrupted, right? It forces players to learn how to CC or quit, right? You either have to adapt to that style and embrace and understand that system, or it's GG's, like you're out of the game, basically. Blinn, if you were a Magic the Gathering card, you would be Emeritus of Truce? Well, I have to look that up now, right? I have to look that up. I have no idea what that card does or is. I also feel like I'm a little too big on the tavern. Just a little too big. Emeritus of Truce. Qu'est-ce que c'est? Right? Qu'est-ce que c'est? Swords to Plowshares? Is it Swords to Plowshares? Oh, this is a cleric. Interesting. I've never seen this card before. It's complicated. It is a mythic rare creature instant split card from the Secrets of Strixhaven. A 3/3 cat cleric that comes in with built-in Swords to Plowshares. Interesting. Here it is.
W.
That was a mistake. When this creature enters, target player creates 1/1 white and black inkling creature token with flying. Then if an opponent controls more creatures than you, this creature becomes prepared. And then exile. Wow. So it has these abilities, basically. So this, I've never seen I'm so out of the loop with new Magic the Gathering. I'm so out of the loop. So this creature can cast Swords to Plowshares, basically, for a cost of 1 white. Is that how it works? It's like you can kind of embed like other spells in the creature thing. Yeah, awesome. Huh. You can't cast Swords card unless the creature is prepared. Oh, I see. So you can only do it when an opponent controls more creatures than you. I see. Oh, so and you can exile a creature on the other side of the battlefield, right? Whoa. You're just kind of the coolest cleric in the game. Thank you very much. That's very sweet of you. Thank you for saying that. I don't exactly know kind of like what you see here, or like why you say that. But you know, I accept the compliment. Thank you very much. I am a cleric IRL, I think. I think I am. Appreciate it very much, friend. Full loot PvP in these games that includes hard CC, okay, can feel bad. And the only way it stops feeling bad, it looks just like you, is if you learn how to work within it, right? And that is not a comfortable process. And it's not a process, it's not a journey that everyone completes, okay? And as a result of that, right, the ceiling of the game is maybe lower in some way. It's a trade-off because it makes the combat more tense and satisfying in a way, but it will also shake some people loose. Maybe that's okay. Maybe not every game needs to appeal to everybody. I know how long it's taken me to kind of understand how to navigate in this combat system, and I know that a lot of people don't have the same amount of time as I do, right? Or the same amount of interest in like really powering through uncomfortable situations to like learn how to operate within the game effectively, kind of thing. The learning curve can be steep, right? I'm also concerned because in MISTFALL, right, the third-person camera can be abused in some situations, right? There is some free visibility, some funny corner business, right, that comes with a third-person camera, and that can be annoying to play against in some situations. And I'm also not sure. I think for launch, there's going to be the Hallow Grove and the Fortress. And I think that's it. And I'm not sure if 2 maps is going to be enough kind of map content to sustain deep interest at launch. Are there 4 Dungeonborn remake successors? Really? Are there 4? We talked at the beginning of this stream. We spent maybe like 20 minutes talking about Dungeon Betwixt and Dungeonborn, actually. So if you're interested in hearing my thoughts, just watch like the first like 10-15 minutes of stream, because I did not expect to talk about Dungeonborn, and there's a bunch of people in this community that have a lot of thoughts, a lot of knowledge, a lot of experience about that, and we shared our thoughts there. I'll give it a second look, right? A good game is a good game. I have nothing against it. I played the OG Dungeonborn enough, right? It was different, but I was excited for it. My second ever stream was a Dungeonborn stream, so, you know, definitely open to it. For sure. What else? I think a lot of people have experienced performance issues with the lazy loading of shaders, right? Was not ideal. With just general FPS optimization in different contexts. I'll check out the early stream. Oh, awesome, buddy. Nice. So a part of me is concerned that some people with older gen hardware are going to be kind of maybe kept on the outside of an enjoyable experience with this game, just simply because it is, you know, demanding on the system. We'll see how that plays out. Like I said a moment ago, the opulent kind of Chinese, like weird hyper Asian aesthetic. It's not. I guess it's not hyper Asian. Just there is an opulence. There's an ornateness to the game at the higher end of gear, especially, that for me just doesn't totally resonate. Like, I'm a little more of a kind of like a gritty Knights Templar kind of guy. I'm less of like a I don't know, Mandate of Heaven, like organic. I'm a little, I don't know. I'm a little more brutalist, I think, in my aesthetic preferences. I'm a little less ornate. And that's just like a small thing that keeps me from really falling in love with the visual presentation of the game, even though it is unique and stunning, right? That's just a small concern. Also, the dev studio, Bell Ring Games, has no track record, right? Has no history of other releases. I don't know. I haven't looked into them too much. I know One Peg did an interview, I think, like talk to these guys. Like they're very communicative, right? They're very passionate, but they kind of came out of nowhere and have nothing else to their name. And, you know, the quicker something comes onto the scene, like it can also go away as quickly. Not to say that established studios can't completely evaporate or close down or whatever. It's just like there's a small concern in my head that, like, we have, you know, I didn't know who these guys were. Like, there's nothing else that I can see that they've worked on. And that just kind of felt weird, right? But that's maybe me just being a little too sensitive, I guess. What am I hopeful for? What are the hopes? The positive end of this thing. The game is viable in solo, right? Which is huge for me. I'm such a solo enjoyer, right? I love nothing more than gaming by myself at 5 a.m. in the morning, right? No one else is awake, right? There's no one else for me to worry about. I'm not trying to coordinate anything. I just love playing PvP games solo. And this game, much to my delight, it has a tremendous solo experience. Every class can 1v1 versus every other class. And at this point, it's a feat, right? It's not easy to get that to happen. Legacy struggled to have that be the case with only 4 classes, right? And then they stacked a couple of other classes into the mix after that. But for this game to have 5 or 6 really solid classes, and for each class to be able to go toe-to-toe with every other class is massive, right? I love that about this game. It's difficult, but it's navigable in a very thoughtful melee combat system. It's not easy, okay? It's not particularly transparent, but it's navigable and it's thoughtful. And in this game, I've had some of the best, most satisfying 1v1 extended long time to kill PvP fights I've ever had, right? Like, certainly longer than Dark and Darker, and I was not playing fantasy extraction games before Dark and Darker, so it is probably some of the best 1v1 PvP, like fantasy PvP I've ever had, okay? And that makes me incredibly hopeful for the future. That is a very powerful thing to say, right? And I'm only realizing now the kind of implications of that. There's a ton of combat depth. We've talked about it. Very satisfying action RPG combat with Souls-like dexterity. A lot of really, really demanding timed-based inputs, right? Making classes feel individual and unique, and then also equivalent on a 1v1 PvP is so hard. Something I've acknowledged more over the years. Yes, totally. There are so many layers of strategy and contingency planning and if-then thinking, and the payoff when you get that right, it all makes the combat so fun and so good. What else? I feel like the game knows what it is, right? The game, these guys, even though they're kind of like a mystery dev shop, they clearly have an intent for the game. They are focused with clear direction. The game is clearly a PvP game. The game is clearly about the auction house. The game is clearly about buildcraft and, you know, making it easy for you to put together your favorite builds. There's just like, I feel like there's no flim-flam. Like there's no kind of like, it's kind of a dungeon crawler and an arena game, you know, or it's like a, for now, there is a clarity to this. It's a PvP game that is dominated by build tech and by a player-driven auction house to enable you to put together different builds with different gear and different affixes, and they make it very easy and very convenient. And I love the clarity and the focus of that, right? I think that it offers a tremendous variety of class builds, of gear combinations, of gems and affixes, and there is great, like, just from a software design perspective. Wrath of Koopa mentioned it in his recent video, and when I heard him say it in these terms, I was like, you know what? I gotta say that again. I'm going to reiterate what Koopa said. Koopa said that this game is just a great software product. And if you've ever heard Wrath of Koopa speak, right? Wrath of Koopa is kind of like a software product UX guy, right? He knows how to build software. He knows how to assess software and product design. And so do I, to be honest, right? I have a lot of professional experience assessing digital software, assessing digital products, and I can say from my POV as well that this game is just so well considered from a software quality of life perspective that it gives me great hope for the game's success, because it is just so dang comfortable and easy to pick up the game and work with it to help you accomplish the things you're looking to accomplish, right? The UI in MISTFALL does really shine. I'm glad you think so too, Sackboy. I'm glad you think so too. Okay, last block, right? Despite the fact that the opulence at the high end of the gear score is maybe not my cup of tea, I still do strongly believe the game has such a very powerfully distinct visual quality and a very attractive art direction, right? The game is gritty in a lot of ways. The game is very interesting and aesthetic and well designed at the lower end of gear scores. It's only once things start getting really fancy that it speed wobbles for me, but for the most part, I love the distinct visual quality. I love the art direction. I'm very hopeful in that regard. And the devs have been engaged, right? There's a busy community Discord. There's super active comms. They are responding to questions. They are acknowledging issues. They're acknowledging weak points. They're keeping everyone updated. They are engaged devs, even if they don't have kind of an existing track record. They are not shy to communicate, and at this stage, that is very, very encouraging, right? Simple. Don't win too hard, and you only get the good-looking gear. Yes, exactly, exactly. Or, right? You know, as is my want, I just stick with the mid-tier stuff and try to make content of me clearly in mid-tier gear, taking down people that have the epic stuff on, right? Like that works for me. The last thing, this is maybe be better. Thank you, Bren. I'm not exactly sure, but until proven otherwise, I think that the July 29th is more than an open beta. It is the actual 1.0 launch of the game. Whether that's like maybe it's early access, I want to say it's 1.0. I think they're launching 1.0. It's not early access. And so until proven otherwise, right? I'm gonna hang my hat on this point and say that, you know, these guys have put in a ton of work. We've been following this game for like 18 months. We played the crap out of the tech test at the end of last summer. It was the first time I ever made shorts from the YouTube channel. So it shocked me it taught me how to make shorts. This game, they've been busting their ass. They have iterated the combat systems. They have they've separated out the dodge chargers and the stamina. They've made whole new maps with different kind of like a whole different map philosophy, basically. They've continued to impress with class design, with mob design, with all sorts of things, right? The fact that this team is almost at 1.0, and you know it's not just the same old early access story, is very hopeful and very encouraging. So kudos to Bellring. I think it's going to be a tremendous launch, and I think there's going to be a lot of people that once they really learn what this game is all about and how this game can feel, it's going to capture a lot of hearts, and it's going to lead to a lot of really satisfying, a lot of fun fights, a lot of fun gaming nights for the people that power through some of the initial hurdles that the game has to offer. And that's it. That's the app. Dudes. Holy moly. Let's just sit here for a second. I kind of want to eat a piece of bread. I kind of want to eat a piece of bread and olive oil. Maybe I should wait until... Maybe I should wait until we're off stream. What do you say? Just in time for my next meeting. Thanks, Moss. Oh, bread. Yum, bread. Uh-huh. Oh, should I do it? No, I'll wait. I'll wait till I'm gonna jump off, I think. I've been awake now for probably like 24 hours. I'm not sure if you can tell. I'm probably a little bit like, is lucid the right word? I think I'm just a little bit greasier. I certainly feel greasy. Are you gonna make a video about the stream? I might. I'm not sure. Sometimes, you know, if I've got important things to say, do you think that either the Mistfall or Hunger, portions there like warrant a video? Was there? I mean, maybe for Mistfall because the launch is coming up, and maybe not everyone knows about all the changes. I don't know. What do you think? Because it takes about, I don't know, 9 or 10 hours. Maybe slightly less in this case because it's just kind of an edit down. Eat bread and sleep. Thank you, Sneaky. Appreciate it, buddy. I appreciate it. The support today has been very encouraging. Thank you. Thank you, thank you, thank you. The Mistfall hopes and fears could be a good section, I imagine. Interesting. Hey! Hey, look who it is. Look who it is. The Sack Man. Are you on the list? I'm surprised Sackboy's not on the list. Get this man on the list. Let's move over to the Sneaky Beastie. Sneaky Beastie moves over. Sack Man. He's on the list. I'm sparkly. We'll think about it. We'll think about it. We'll think about it. I think it never hurts. Like, it's weird because let's just talk shop a second. Let's talk shop a second. For the YouTube game, right? And let's not kid ourselves. Like, YouTube channel growth, YouTube channel management is also a game, you know? And kind of a fun game to like learn about and crack. And in a lot of ways, like, success in the YouTube game is just about like staying in people's faces, right? Having something that is just interesting enough that it's not like that some people will be interested, you know? As long as it doesn't like totally suck, there's almost no downside to just posting more content. So I'll probably will pick through the Mistfall stuff. I like the videos, but I understand it's a lot of work, so no pressure. Oh, it's all good. If the previous success was an indicator, Mistfall could be a solid re-engagement for that audience. Aha. That's a highly strategic bit of input, and I appreciate that. What's your hourly rate? If I told you, you might blush. Gonzo. You might blush if I told you. I thought about it. I almost did. I almost did. Okay? It's not a little. It's not a little. Dare I say, it's the reason why I have so much time to stream. Okay? And it's also the reason why I lose out on a lot of work too, right? I definitely do not get all the things, all the work that I bid on, all the work that I go for. A lot of people will see, you know, it's like, oh, well, obviously not him, right? You might be surprised. You might be surprised, Sackboy. But that's enough of that conversation. I won't lie, I make not a little too. I'm just Just as I'm gonna make MISTFALL content for the YouTube algorithm. This is a life goal. That's a life goal. Okay, that's a bridge too far, maybe. That's kind of like senior partner at a law firm, right? Or at least like maybe not, you know. Sometimes you gotta throw out the FU prices to see if they take it. Yes. And most of the times they don't. And some of the times they do. And then sometimes, actually, if you were the most expensive option on the table, right? And a client looks at that and says, why the heck is this person way over here in terms of pricing, right? They must know the value of their work and therefore must also be good at what they do. I have definitely won bids by being the outlier on like the expensive end, right? And the cool thing is this. I'll say this for the studio work that I've done, that I do, okay, that my wife and I do. For every single client we've ever had, every client has come back to do another more rounds of work. Okay, we've never been one and done, and for almost every client we've ever had, every one of those clients was uncomfortable with the price to start. So imagine that arc. Okay, you don't know this person, you've never worked together before. The client thinks that you are incredibly expensive. You somehow manage to convince them to go with you, whether that's through like, you know, like a shared network referral or just like a couple of good conversations. They agree to take a chance and pay out the ass, and then the work you do for them is so good that they can't imagine going somewhere else, and they come back again, even though you were incredibly expensive in the beginning, right? And those are the people that you want to have stick around, you know? It's tough because there could be more people if maybe I was... I don't want to... Whatever. Okay. Now we're we're digressing for sure. That's good, Sneaky. That's good. There are saving extra expenses to be freelance, especially for contract work. It's also true, right? Never shortchange yourself. Yeah. And for people in contractor positions, right? Remember that you don't get a pension, and you are going to be responsible for producing your own income, you know, later in life. It's a challenge. It's a challenge. And now I can really tell I'm too tired. I'm too tired to stream now because when too much like of the IRL, like real world financial advice starts to creep in, it's time to power it down, I think. Thanks for listening, guys. Thanks for hanging out. I am passionate about most of these games that we talked about today. I think it's fair to say. I am passionate about most of these games. GG's, Bren. And I love the app streams. Partly because, you know, I'll close on one last bit of honesty, okay? Playing a game on stream is anxiety inducing. I have an expectation. I want to do well. I want to play well. I want to win. I want to perform, right? I am passionate about all three, even Dad still. That's good. We do love the app, right? And because I have an expectation for kind of a personal level of success when it comes to playing PvP games on stream, there is a certain level of anxiety that comes along with that. Performance anxiety, right? But a Yap stream, like I'm completely at home in this space, right? We're just talking and hearing opinions and sharing thoughts. And so for me, it is materially more, it is meaningfully more comfortable to just show up and have a stream like this and just chat with you guys and hear your thoughts and share opinions. And so that's very nice. It's a treat for me. It's a treat. Let's wrap it up. I think I've got an actual goodbye song queued up in the playlist. It's also nice to have like a classic chill out playlist. My throat is raw. I think I was doing too much mouth breathing today. Yeah, not as much nose breathing as I should have been doing. Thanks for hanging out, guys. Thanks for your time. It's the goodbye song. Okay. Today's Monday. Ooh, maybe another. Ooh, you know what? The dad wipe is on Friday. Let's save our jets. We're gonna. The next time we stream will be dark and darker. On Friday or Saturday. Let's see some comment. Let's think. How about this one? I'm tired, Zio. I'm tired. There, let's get it over with, right? There's some hunger combat for you. How about that one? Okay, we're gonna save our jets. Maybe I'll casually edit a video this week, but then the next time we stream will be Friday or Saturday, and we'll do Dark and Darker and see what the frick is going on in the Dad Dungeons. Sound good? I hope so. Until then, friends, thank you. Thanks for hanging out. All the support, the gifted memberships, the beer money, appreciate just all the comments, the enthusiasm, Charlie showing up at the end, gonna speedrun the VOD. Just missed the stream. Thanks for stopping by, Bulldog. It's good to see you, man. Baraz, Landry. Thanks, buddy. Thanks, buddy. Sneaky. Valreth. It's nice to see more Valreth these days, right? Seeing more Valreth. Mira. Guys. Sackboy. Mossman is at a meeting. Bren. Gonzo. All my friends. Some of the new faces too. It's so nice. Guys, have a great week. Charlie, have a great week. Okay. Until next time, we'll see you in Dad, guys. End of the week, okay? And then the movie night too. We're doing movie on Saturday for sure. No matter what, we're back online. So get ready for that as well. Until then. Until then, bye guys. Bye.
You